yes, you see, it's good that we're here today so I can, as the vision bearer of NIMO, having been the guy that have said equivocally clear that Joseph Barker, the president, enjoy my support. Going into 2029, we have not reached our words, we haven't changed, and we're not prepared to change. We are under obligation to do everything in our little powers to negotiate and work harder to see how we can bring that to reality. Whether it's going to be contest or not, our support is just untouched, unbending for Joseph Parker re-elections. So, not being into active party politics, I decided to work independently while supporting his agenda and supporting whatever his quest would be as the president of our nation. And I realized along with my team that we should have an independent movement. We're not part of the party, but as an independent movement of like minds, Liberians can come together, we reason together, and see how we can support Joseph Parker. So we came up with the name National Independent Movement for Parker. So NIMO was established. I think we unveiled NIMO sometime last year in Lofa during the festive visit into Lofa County, and the president was invited to Guatemala in unveil, and there was this commitment that as we come back to Monrovia, we're going to intensify in terms of our networking, the structure building into the 15 counties, uh, and basically Maserado County to begin with, to have our headquarters in Maserado County, and then be able to launch NIMO in Maserado County. Then we can begin to hit the road, engage in the various counties, the community, building of sales in those counties. So NIMO vision is clear
I will
in
be the
terms of
chairman graduate.
what NIMO intends to do. NIMO intends to be the bridge
For Nemo.
between the ruling party and even the opposition community.
Yes.
Because the way of building process for to support Waka. Clear. However, as the bridge, even you will agree with me, and some of our friends will agree or even disagree, that even in the ruling party, there are internal disagreements. So our rule as NIMO would be, if you are disagreeing with your party, you bring your party into power because of one or two reasons, come to NIMO, let's have conversation, let's reason together. Our role would be, let's reason together to ask you to go back to your party, to not leave your party. Support your party that you brought to power. Opposition. There are also nobody here the world with this in China, with this London and blah blah blah. So all of our friends like me will have to come to me, let's sit and talk animal, reason together, and I will have to convince you why I think I want you to join me to support Joseph Baka for 2029. For 2029, that will be part of NEMO rule, right? So NEMO is between right in the middle, and we're going to intensify that way because for the opposition community, we got a lot of friends, we got a strong network there. Even in the ruling position, we got a strong network there. So we got also what we call the lower hanging fruits. Don't mind, Clarence, the independent decision makers are sitting quietly. They're not in our normal politics or yelling, wearing party paraphernalia or t-shirts and blah blah blah, but they have their rights in terms of national decision making. So Nemo is there to say, well, maybe you're an independent person. Can we work from an independent perspective to see how we can sway you to our direction? So we'll be going for those independent people, those low hanging fruits all over the place. To say let's work together. You are allowed to wear party t-shirt, you can wear your Nemo t-shirt if you want, but we want you to support this government, support this agenda. Let's push Joseph Baka because we think it's very, very well. So Nemo has been good at that. Let's go on point. Now we have come, we also are pleased to announce that we will be launching Nemo. We have acquired our place. Nemo is going to be one of the biggest political headquarters in our country. The headquarters now, we have acquired spot, the land. We will be doing the unveiling of what we call groundbreaking on my birthday, which will be the 24th of May, for the erection or construction of one of the biggest political head office in our country, where Nemo will sit and begin to do her work and then try to go in. By June, I will be moving into the international part of it. I will be in the States. I will be in Canada along with my team because we're not going to sit, we're not going to wait. We're going to use our own network, our own resources to see how we can push this because we have said this is what we want to do along with my team in the diaspora in Canada and America. Will be Losh Nemo, will be Ipoti, I will be leading my team from Monrovia to
Put better headquarters.
Our citizens, telling them why we should support.
When you come to Glenville, I will invite you to my Nebo office.
A lot of what Nebo is doing, and pretty soon you're going to see the reflection of Nebo all over the place. And Nebo is
Unity Party has headquarters. Why they cannot find office in Unity Party? Headquarters. Why they have to build their own building?
Independent movement for Boakai.
Who?
Does it have to spill over effect?
Nebo want to build their headquarters in Monrovia.
In the event Joseph Boakai is not contesting 20.
But the man said, well, okay, we got a professor, we got a counselor in the building.
It's just
Okay.
Boakai to the extent that anybody who Boakai support, if Boakai is not running, whoever, we will support that person.
As the vision bearer.
Yeah, that's enough. I will call you after the show.
Good evening, Counselor.
Good evening, everybody. It's been a long time. Happy to be back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Glad to have you.
Welcome
Thank
back.
you. Thank you so much.
All right.
Well, actually, where's Alex?
That'll be joining later.
Oh,
I'm checking on everybody right now. You know.
oh, okay.
Counselor, we are excited to have you. I know you're a very busy man, but we couldn't help but make sure that you join us today because today is a very busy day and there are a lot of information we need to clarify.
Right.
And so we're glad that you are here. I mean,
Thank
you're part of the panel, but it just as tradition dictates, I have to do this.
Right.
Because you are in the guest seat tonight.
Okay.
I am your host for the night, and your fellow panelists here will introduce themselves just for the listening audience and the viewing public. And then we're going to come back to you, and then we'll begin the conversation.
That's nice.
Thank you. So I'm Archie Wright as the host tonight on A Beg to Differ on Top FM 105.3, streaming live out of Zwedru, live on Facebook, live on YouTube, live on our website. And we are honored tonight to play host to our prolific and very hardworking Councilor Alphonsus Zion. At this point, I will now go across the table to Mr. Nebo so that he introduce himself. Mr. Nebo.
No. Don't associate me with that name. No. The way you pronounce my last name sounds like the organization.
Mr. Nubo.
Nubo.
Yeah, Nubo. Like Nubian. Nubo.
Yes. Okay, I'm George Numbo. Maybe I don't think we met before. No, maybe you heard that name before. I used to run the Perspective website, and I'm one of the panelists here. One of the panelists on the show. Thank you.
Oh, okay. He's right.
He's in.
Oh man. Oh, you'll be back.
Maybe I should not have mentioned a Perspective.
Yeah, you scared the man with him.
Oh hell no! That man said
no, but the man was a press man.
Of course, he's a journalist himself.
The man was in the press. He was a journalist. How he would run away from amateur like me?
He's back. Are you there?
Yes.
There you go. Good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It's gonna be back.
is he in Monrovia or is Redwood?
I think it's in Monrovia. I think he's in Monrovia. He's back now. Okay, let's go do it again. All right. All right. Let's go to you, Veteran Smith.
This is Fred, the Veteran Smith. You can call me Fred Smith. One of the panelists, one of the producer, and they call me Veteran. So, Mr. Zion, don't be afraid. I learned you in the media, so don't. When you say veteran, it means that we've been around. That's all. That's all it means.
No,
So
no, no. I
welcome to
understand
have
that very
you.
well. I understand that very well.
Okay. So welcome to have you in the hot seat.
Thank you.
But I know you will do well. I beg to
Sure.
differ.
Sure.
Okay, Archie, to you.
Thank you. All right, Counselor.
Yes.
Again, like I said, this is for formality. You are well known to the audience, but we just have to do it because that's what that's what the program dictates. So, could you
Right.
please introduce yourself to our listening audience, the guests, before going into the program?
Certainly. So my name is Alfonso Sion. I'm a lawyer. I used to do active practice of journalism. I serve in the press union, former president of the Grand Jury Bar Association, executive member of the Liberia National Bar Association. And so I've worked several areas. Currently, I run the Justice Advocates Law Group with headquarters in Grand Jury County. And we do work in the forest sector, trying to educate our people, write contracts for them, negotiate, go to court. So that's the work I'm engaged with presently. I'm happy to be a part of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. We do have another councilor on the panel here. He has just joined us, Councilor Youngbao R.G. Day. Councilor Day, how you doing today, sir?
Good evening from my end on the right, and also good evening to Reggie Smith and Panivo. Also, I want to extend my greeting to my senior counsel, Alfonso Zion, and we want to say, okay, he's a panelist as well, but also you want to use the special means to welcome him as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you. So, Councilor, again, we want to say a big welcome again to you. And thanks for taking up your time, your busy schedule to join us here this evening to talk about a very pressing issue, the issue of Putu Mountain.
Right.
Let's start with that. What can you tell us and the listening public and those that are watching? What can you tell us about Putu Mountain? What is it we need to know about it?
So thank you very much, Mr. Wright. And let me say a very pleasant good evening and good morning, good afternoon to our listeners wherever they are. Let me start the discussion by giving a background as to Putu. So on September 2, 2010, the government of Liberia and the Mano River Iron Ore Company, which we now know to be Putu, signed a 25-year mineral development agreement. That mineral development agreement is principally focused on the Putu Mountain in Grand Jury County, but the operational areas, so Sino Port will be used, and River G will be connected as part of affected communities. And so these three counties will principally be seen as affected communities, but principally Grand Jury County. Putu operated as of 2010, and in 2014, Putu shut down because during the Ebola situation. And since then, Putu has not been operating. The key question is that as president of the bar, on August 31, 2020, the Grand Jury Bar Association did a comprehensive analysis of the 166 pages of the Mineral Development Agreement and wrote the Legislative Caucus asking for them to ask the governor of Liberia to review the Putu Iron Ore Agreement to ensure that there is a position on the part of the government when there is default, they can now be able to go ahead and negotiate with other concessionaires who will take over Putu. That is provided for in section 31 of the Mineral Development Agreement assigned by the governor of Liberia and Putu. That provision called periodic review. So 31.1 says, after every 5 years, there should be a review of the Putu Iron Ore Agreement so that the parties to that agreement can determine what they call profound changes in the circumstances of the company. It is not known whether the government has been able to review the Putu Iron Ore Agreement consistent with section 31.1 of the agreement. The caucus then raised the issue on the floor. The Minister of Justice, the Minister of Mines were invited, the NRC were invited, and what they said at the time was that they wanted an amicable resolution with the company instead of going to court, and they were looking for people to take over the company. Since that time, we have not heard back from the government, neither from the caucus. So this is where we are. Now, let me also say that as of the closure of Putu, when we wrote to the caucus on the 31st of August 2020, from 2014 to 2020, that was 7 years of closure. The agreement provides that every year, Putu will provide community development support in the amount of $3 million per annum. So 7 years as of 2020 will make it $21 million owed the people of Nigeria and the adjacent communities. There are also additional pledges of building a cohort of geologists, of Nigerians, building hospitals, building all-weather roads, supporting education and health in the county. All these obligations that Putu undertook, consistent with the agreement, have not been fulfilled since 2014. Fast forward, as we move to this new agreement, we are not privy to the arrangements and the agreement that is being put together. There are a few points we need to understand. One, that this agreement is already ratified by the legislature. The company that is coming is taking over the unexpired term of the concession agreement. And since the 25-year concession agreement has already been ratified, we don't expect that it will go back to the legislature for ratification, except otherwise. The key point is, as the discussions are taking place and being led by the Interministerial Committee, This point headed exclusively by the Vice President, which is a very, very good initiative. The point is that Grand Jide doesn't seem to be at the table, and that is manifested by the lack of information from the members of the caucus when they called the All Grand Jide Forum to discuss. Senator Nimle was very clear that they can't be able to answer the questions because they have no information. Our position, therefore, is look, if a new company is coming to take over Putu, what are the arrangements? Are they clearing the backlog of the community development support before we start anew? Are they undertaking all of the development projects? Are they sidestepping them and then having an altogether new agreement? We do not have information relative to those questions. But this is a situation. What we know is that Putu owes the people of Grand Jide, River G, and Sino up to $21 million of development funds. And there are additional obligations. It will be important that as a new company comes to take over Putu, there has to be a clearly defined status of the money owed the community so that we can start anew. And a new company that will come should be in a position to consider some of the obligations that Putu had undertaken to complete so that our people will be able to benefit from those actions. So those are the issues for now. One of the key provisions in the Mineral Development Agreement is that default constitutes failure to pay any of the amounts as outlined in the agreement. And so Putu's failure to pay the county development funds, even taxes to the government of Liberia, constitute a substantial basis for default. But the point is, there is no sufficient information we have gotten because we're not privy to those discussions and the negotiations. And so, but those are the issues. Let me also say at this point that it is very, very important to congratulate and say a very big thank you to the Boakai administration and Vice President Kun for leading this effort, because in the past we had advocated that this issue should be addressed. We haven't gotten sufficient guarantee and attention to this matter until the new administration. And the fact that the new administration will prioritize this issue, I think is commendable. And we wanted to say that. The last point I'd like to make is when companies are going into the areas that Putu undertook, that in the first 5 years of its operation, 30% of senior managerial positions will go to Grand Jide, will go to Liberians, mainly in the project affected communities. We also want to ensure that when it comes to the issue of employment, it's important that project affected people consistent with the Putu arrangement are given priority in terms of employment. So in the senior managerial position, for instance, who is going to be the HR? Who is going to be the legal? Who is going to be the manager? Because those will be the decision makers in terms of entry points for hiring people in the project affected communities. So those are the issues surrounding Putu. It's a question of the development funds that the company owed, the development projects they need to honor.
Thing he froze.
No way, technology. You can't not do us like that. All right, there you go.
He's back.
I don't know where you
You're
mute tell.
muted.
Oh, your mic is low.
I think he's
Counselor,
muted.
we're not
I
hearing
know
you.
it.
You guys can hear him?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. No,
Yeah. Counselor,
we are not hearing you. We can't hear you.
He finished where the open statement, maybe.
Counselor, can you hear us? Yeah, but we can't hear you. We can't hear you. So you want to go back in and out.
Okay.
No, we still can't hear you.
No, we still can't hear you.
Yeah.
Maybe you go back out and come back in.
Yeah. I think I will have to. Okay, there you go. Unless I'll have to move you, then you come back. All right. Let's see. There you go. All right. Good. Yeah. I mean, this is unbelievable.
He's not back yet.
Huh? All right, he's back.
I say he's not back yet.
Hey, he's
Okay.
back.
Are you getting me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So you were closing up. We didn't hear your closing.
Yes. So the closing I provided is that the key concerns, the key issues. First of all, we want to say a big thank you to the administration. They've prioritized this issue. President Bouaka has appointed Vice President Kuhn. He's moving fast with it. We want to commend the administration. The problem we have is that we're not getting sufficient information into as to what the negotiations are about. We don't know the status of the community development funds that Putu owes Granjida. We don't know the status of the obligations that Putu decided to undertake. And so it will be important for us to have clarity or to have a voice of Granjida on the steering committee, the interministerial committee that is engaged with this effort, so that we will be able to calm the population in terms of providing adequate information to them as to what is being decided. So those are my closing comments. Because the 24th Street Assembly, the meeting of citizens, as the caucus indicated, they were not privy to any information, therefore they could not be able to address some of the questions. But if they were at the table, it would be very important. They will be able to have information. They will know what's happening, and they will be able to provide information. It's being done on our behalf, so we need to know exactly what is taking place. So those are my closing comments.
All righty. Thank you, Counselor. Thank you for the beautiful insights. From my end, I'd like to begin, and then I'll go over to the rest of the panelists. I want to ask just one question.
Right.
Why did the caucus call the meeting yesterday?
Well, I think the citation is that they wanted to provide an update on the process of reopening Putu and putting our people back to work. And it was a good intention. But it appears that caucus did not have the information on hand to be able to clarify some of the questions that were raised. And so the value of the meeting did not really meet its objective, because there were more questions than the answers that were provided.
Okay. Because just a follow-up, this is where a lot of people seem to be confused. If you call a meeting, and as you said, to provide update on Putu, and you don't have information about Putu, that defeats the purpose of the gathering immediately. So why invite people all from across Monrovia and its environment to come to 24th Street when you never had the information in the first place? Why did you do that? Why? This is why God, like me, and many others don't understand the essence of that meeting yesterday. But I drew my own conclusion. The essence was to council. They know that a decision has been made from the level of the administration that Putu is going to happen. And so they wanted to get in front of that information. Either they are aware or maybe they are not aware. But they know that if this thing becomes public, that there is a company that's going to operate Putu Mountain, their people are going to rush to them. What is going on? Why you didn't come to us to talk to us? But they didn't do the due diligence, which was to say, look, we know that you're working on this team, President Boyga, you and your people, but we need somebody that is part of that delegation that is working on this piece of information. Can we have one of them to come to our meeting on the 24th Street to be able to answer to the people? Why did they do that? That for me was the biggest failure on the part, and all that they did yesterday were only to just cover up the rear. That is my conclusion. And you don't have to answer to that, but I think that is just my inference to that, Council. So let me go to Mr. George Nubo if you have any question or comment. You're muted, Mr. Nubo. We can hear you.
Yes. Oh, I heard the name Cooper. Is it William Cooper? Because if it is William Cooper, then he is member of the Jew Mason team that taking over the place. The head is Jew Mason, co-chair is Catherine or Laurie, or CEO is ECB Jones, strategist and spokesman is Nanny B. Davis, and technical advisor is Howard Baker. Local coordinator is William Cooper. I hope that is not the same Cooper. But Councilor,
Yeah.
I mean, from the time they closed that company, the Putu Mountain,
Right.
between that time and today, something good happened for our people. The Land Right Act.
I'm sorry, I'm not getting him.
It gave the land to our people. Eh?
Is it right? I'm not getting him.
He is not getting you, but we can get him. I don't know why. Can you hear me, Georgie? Mr. Nuba, can you hear me? Okay. So it's Mr. Nuba then, so it's not you.
Councilor Day, are you getting me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Are you getting me?
Yes. I'm getting you.
I'm
getting you.
Is it coming back?
Yeah, he's coming back.
Okay.
He's coming back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, he's back.
Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yes. I'm hearing you now. Very clearly.
Okay. What I said at the beginning was that if it is William Cooper, then he is part of the new company that taking over. Because Hugh Mason is the head, Catherine Laurie is the co-chair, ECB Jones is the Liberia CEO, Nanny B. Davis is the strategist and spokesman, Howard Baker is technical advisor, and William Cooper is a local coordinator. And what I was saying is that between the time the company closed and today, something very good happened for our people, which is the Land Right Act. It gives the land to our people. So let's forget about they signing new agreement. That one that is government business. But let's have a memorandum of understanding between the people, the Grand Gator people, the district people, and the company, and mention it in that MOU that they have to pay the money. The new group has to pay the money. That the old group is owing us. Because the trade they play is that a new group is like they bought part of the shares in the company. So I hope you will push for that memorandum of understanding. That land is not for the government anymore. It's for the people of Grand Gator. So don't laugh, Councilor Day. It's for the people of Grand Gator. So please consult the our God now is the Land Right Act. Consult our God with the native people, with the bush people, we who own the forest, with the forest people that will God there. Please consult it and let's use it, and we can even put an injunction on the execution of the old agreement until that memorandum of understanding is signed. So that's my comment I had to make. I don't know if you want to comment on it. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. I do want to comment. The agreement, the Mineral Development Agreement, was signed the 2nd of September in 2010. The land rights law you're talking about was enacted by the legislature in 2018. So in terms of the effect of the land rights law on the concession area came into being in 2010, while the land rights law came into being in 2018. So there's 8 years difference. And so as a result, the land rights law cannot impact the concession that was signed in 2010.
Okay.
So the land rights law will not apply to that
point.
concession area. So the question,
That's a good
the
point,
answer is
but
that the land rights law will not apply to the concession area.
after that 2010, how many years? Okay.
Judge, allow me to finish.
After how many years they were to go?
Well, the agreement was the Mineral Development Agreement for 25 years. The Mineral Development Agreement is for 25 years. So when the law is passed in 2010 for 25 years, an act put in place by the legislature, passed by the legislature in 2018, will not affect anything that was done in 2010. Because the Constitution speaks against ex post facto law. So you cannot pass a law in the future that will affect an incident that took place long before the act was instituted. So that's the clarification that I'd like to make. But I do agree with you that people in project affected communities should have a say in terms of how this agreement unfolds and what it will benefit. We do agree with that. And the demand that concession that is coming now must be able to address the obligations of the old company. It's a genuine concern, and that's what we support as well. Those are the comments I can make for now.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I feel that because this for 25 years, but I think after every 5 years they're supposed to review it, and since they didn't do it, I mean, I felt that the land right act would take over. But that does not stop us from having a memorandum of understanding.
Certainly
Golden
not.
Beryllium, all the areas that Golden Beryllium occupied, all those clans, they have no memorandum of understanding for each of them. So I think if we go into memorandum of understanding, we stay have a say in it. Thank you.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that. As a matter of fact, the Putu agreement speaks specifically, requires the company to do a periodic report concerning environmental assessment. And in the letter we've written to the Legislative Caucus in 2020, we had requested specifically that there has to be a report to the government of Liberia on the environmental assessment in that area. Since the company started operating, when they left, what has been the impact on the forest? What has been the impact on the environment? What has been the impact on the water? What has been the impact of crops? So an environmental assessment will be required to ensure that our people are not adversely affected. It's provided for in the concession agreement. And people need to pay attention to that as well. So you're certainly right.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Newbold. Thank you, Counselor. Let's go now to the veteran Smith for your 2 questions, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Zion, for giving background info about Putu Mountain investment. You talk about 21 million. And you
Mr. Smith,
yeah.
thank you. Let me just hold. I just realized Mr. Nippy said, let me introduce himself. Now, come right back to you. Mr. Nippy, can you please introduce yourself to our guests and the listeners, and then we'll come right back to Veteran Smith.
Thank you so much. Good evening, listener. My name is Christopher J. Ndipe. I'm a panelist on A Beg to Differ. And, Councillor Zion, I'm the former political and consular affairs officer of the Liberian Produce Marketing Corporation near Washington, D.C. Prior to that, I worked at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And before that, I worked for the Liberian Produce Marketing Corporation in 3 responsible assistant managers position, quality control, import, and then regional deputy regional manager, respectively. It is a pleasure to welcome you on this program where we beg to differ on issues relative to our country. And I always go back to the British patriotic song. My country tastes of thee, sweet land of liberty, of these I see. Land where my father died, land of his pilgrimage. Let every mountain top let freedom ring. Liberia for some of us is very dear. For some of us is very dear. And what is happening in our country is giving us somehow, instead of being gleeful, we are saddened. And so in welcoming you, I would like to touch on some issues related to this Putu Mountain. And I hope I will have the kind of information that we can have, because ever since this mountain business was raised, Liberians in the diaspora and elsewhere we have been speaking to have contrary views. And so let me, with all much to do, say to you thank you for accepting our invitation to come on. I beg to differ, sir.
Well,
Thank
just
you.
a quick info, Mr. Nippy. He is a
I-
panelist.
Archie, let's set the
Oh.
record straight.
I thought he came to defend.
Yeah, he can provide information.
Archie, let's set the record. Let's set the record straight. Honorable Nippy said, Liberia Produce Marketing Corporation near Washington, D.C. from the get-go.
No. I said Embassy of Liberia near Washington, D.C. as political. Mr. Nubo, I'm very, very careful with context in my speech. I could not have represented LPMC in the United States.
Okay.
I digress after I made the introduction about being the political and consular officer at the embassy near Washington, D.C. And then subsequently mentioned about LPMC in three categories.
We'll talk about that in the crossfire, Mr. Nippy. You will have your time to get ahead.
You are now on Saturday, so you won't come on me now. All right, but I welcome that.
You will show me where
as a critical thinker, I'm not. I accept questions because I dealt with the Americans, so I accept good questions.
Okay, gentlemen. Okay, let's go back now to Veteran Smith so that he can ask a question. Veteran Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Councilor Zion, for being patient. Let me go into the question. You brought background information where we stand for PUTU, and you put it into context. You mentioned $21 million owing for the county development funds. I'm hearing from others that there's another $10 million owing the people of Grand Jita. So can you help us understand, is there 10 million part of the 21 million, or are two separate figures we are talking about? I just want some clarification.
I think my reading of the agreement says that PUTU will provide $3 million annually. And so from 2014, as of the closure, up to 2020, that's 7 years. So 7 times 3 is $21 million. The other community obligations are in projects to support Grangidians, at the geology department, to build all-weather road, to do hospitals in concession areas. So the definitive answer to that is that I think that $10 million is part of the 21 million direct cash given to the county as part of community development.
And if it's so, part of the $21 million, can you help us understand why that $21 million from the old owner haven't been given either to the Liberian government or to the people of Grand Jita County? What do you think happened?
Well, the company closed in 2014 during the Ebola crisis. And since that time, the company has not been around. I am not sure, and I don't want to speculate that there has been payment to the government of Liberia because I don't have evidence. So all we can say is that we can calculate the annual payment, multiply that by the year the company has not been able to operate, and come up with our figure. That's what we've done. So I don't know whether there have been payment to the government of Liberia or there has not been payment. I don't want to speculate. And what I've said is that they owe the people of Grand Jita 21 million as of 2020, giving the clear-cut provision that the company will give $3 million annually.
Is it binding on the new company or the old company to pay that money?
Two questions back here too. We'll come back.
No, it's almost the same question into one.
It will depend on the nature of the agreement.
Okay.
If the new company is taking over the liability of the old company, then it will carry with it the 21 million obligation of the old company.
Okay. Council Dave, please.
Yes.
Councilor Dave, please come in.
Councilor Zion, and I want to say thank you again for the narrative, and we appreciate your effort. This is my question. In 2010, Putu Iron Mining Company entered into an agreement with the government. And to my knowledge, that agreement has not been formally terminated. Against that background, could you clarify if you know what legal basis upon which the government is now introducing new investors when we still have an existing agreement with Putu Iron Mining Company? You getting me?
Yes, I'm getting you. I'm getting you.
Yeah.
So, in the first place, there is clear evidence of default on the part of Putu. The company closed operations since 2014. 2020, that was 7 years. 2025, 7 plus 5, that's 12 years. So we can see clearly that there's been what you call inactivity on the part of the company. The second thing is the fact that the company has not been operating. The assumption is that the company has not been paying the royalty to the government of Liberia. The agreement states that failure to pay any of the amounts outlined in the agreement constitutes default. So I am assuming that based on those, Putu may have agreed to give up the 25-year concession. And based on those negotiations, the government has now said, let's find a new company that will take over the remaining concession period up to 25 years so we can get our people back to work. So that is my assumption.
Okay. So I believe there is some kind of economic loss resulting from the inactivity of Putu Iron Mining Company. So it is our understanding that the new company will take liability of the former companies. Are you getting me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So the 10 million and the how do you call it, the 21 million, they have to bear that liability before assuming that operation.
So at this point, I can't be definitive in terms of whether they're taking over the liability because we're not privy to the new arrangements. We're not privy to the new arrangement. And so it's difficult to say definitively whether they will take over. But in Council Day, I think the new company, when it's taking over the remaining period of the concession, it goes without saying that the company is eventually going to take over the assets and the liability of the old company. So we can assume on that basis. You cannot be taking over the remaining 25 years of the concession agreement and then say that you're not taking over the liability. Everything goes with that. So we can say yes on the basis of that, but to be privy to the new arrangements that are ongoing.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to Mr. Nippet. Mr. Nippet, you have 2 questions.
Well, thank you, Councilor Zion. I would like to have some clarification because My understanding is Putu is within the River G County. I don't know. I'm not a geologist, but could you just clarify why is it money being paid to Grand Gila County if it is in River G County, if Putu is in that area?
I think the idea is that the all weather road that will be built, or the road, the ore that is generated from Putu will be transported to the port in Sino.
Mhm.
And so while taking the ore to Sino, they will have to pass through River G. It is like the ArcelorMittal arrangement where the ore is extracted from Nima. Nima get $1.5 million. It passes through Bone County to Buchanan, and so Bone County gets a part of that benefit. It's that same arrangement. So while the ore will be gotten from Putu in Grand Gila gets support. The ore is being delivered to the port of Sino, passing through River G, and so River G becomes part of the affected community as a basis of the transportation. So that is the reasoning behind it.
Okay. My second question has to do with the sale of all these resources. Feisty has been in Liberia for nearly 80 something, going to 100 years now. We had Nokal, and Nokal was selling all blocks, yet and stay along the coastal belt of Liberia. We hardly see any candlelight indicating that something of that nature is obtaining to benefit Liberians. We have BH Billiton, we have Vital Steel, an Indian man company, and we see nothing happening. I hear you talk about $21 million in correlation with a time frame of 25 years. If our country is speedily giving these assets up, you as a councillor, who is being considered on the panel, because from your explanation, I had assumed that you were a guest until Mr. Wright said you are a panelist. Granted that you are a panelist.
He is in the guest seat tonight.
Okay, but then he's a panelist / guest because he's doing all the explanation. Don't you see there is a danger?
Tonight, while his position, he is in a guest position.
All right. Yeah. The host has clarified. To be honest, Councillor Zion, because people that are speaking on these type of issues in the next 30 years, when we are gone, posterity will judge us. They mortgage our country. Now we are here now, I'm 30 years old, I got nothing to depend on. I'm educated. The mines are gone. The oils are gone. The only thing that I hear are trees. How do you reconcile these kind of memorandum of understanding filter into agreements of concessions agreements? You are a lawyer. Do you think it is a good thing that our people doing, the government is doing, to sell all of these things in the wake of the fact that there are going to be other people to whom the baton of governance should be handed when we shall have phased out? That is my question, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I think there is a growing realization, even in government, that Liberia isn't getting sufficient benefit from the agreements we are reaching with foreign investors and concessionaires. The current debate we are having in Monrovia now is the amount that is being generated from gold exploration by B Mountain. After Vice President Kuhn visited the company, that debate has sparked up concerns about the exploration of foreign concessionaires versus what Liberia is getting back in terms of resources. There are discussions about expo proceeds repatriation by foreign companies. There are discussions in the legislature about amendment of some of the concession agreements, a realization that there were mistakes in some of these concessions. So I do agree with you. There is a gradual realization that Liberia is not benefiting sufficiently from these concessionaires. And as a result of that, the country needs to take proactive measures or clearly defined measures to ensure that while we welcome investors, the country also benefits from these arrangements. And so all we can do is to continue to discuss, continue to advocate, continue to point out these issues so that policymakers will take them on and be able to make amendments in the laws, in the reform processes so that our country can benefit more as opposed to what's happening. But I can see that there is a realization of the mistakes we have made in the past.
Good. But it's like the same cook that buying the rice is the same cook that you're giving the pato to go and look at the same rice that they're buying. What do I mean by that? The legislators were those who concluded the deals, the ratification, and all of those things, the instruments thereto and thereof. By virtue of their own involvement, without a deeper concentration, without a retrospective thinking, that here we are today, we are legislators to make law, and we are passing these concessions agreement. And in the wake of passing this concession agreement, there are shortfalls. Nita Steele, for instance, has not built a hospital in Buchanan, has not built a university in Buchanan. Nita Steele, for instance, Alante Street has been completely taken from the people of Grand Bassa County. As pristine that area was for tourism and people, the citizens of Grand Bassa. Now, I'm bringing you back because I don't think you had become mature enough. When we had LMC, Liberian Mining Company, on a ton of iron ore, it was 10 cents. Then we had Mine Management Association, Mano River, which evidently coming to the closure, more than 2,000 persons died from the land, the erosion, the fall of residual mining residue, and they wiped out more than 2,000 persons. How do you correlate that to the future of our children, our let me be direct. How do you correlate that to your great-grandchildren? Because your grandchildren will pass into children. How do you correlate that to your great-grandchildren if memorandum of understanding are signed for 25 years? Don't you see a danger? Don't you also see that the public could detest this to the height where the resentment could envelope a crisis? Because I'm looking at it from the security perspective, because when people are tired of seeing certain things going on, there will be a counteraction. It might be productive, it might be counterproductive. So, how do you see it playing out such that something benefits the people that are coming tomorrow? Because certainly there are people coming tomorrow.
Okay.
As we were discussing last night, Archie, myself, and then Nobel Pressman, people
Yeah.
are coming tomorrow. What will be left for those people? Why you people who are in Monrovia, you're thinking about those things, you're discussing it, the government is on record to be aware. Why don't the government do something to since the people have already reneged on certain parts of the MOU or the concession agreement? And to be to that, do you not see the fierce urgency for the review of all of these concession agreement with the view or either taking it from them
Okay.
or trying to benefit Liberia?
No,
No, I gotta make it loaded.
I gotta C and D.
I gotta make it loaded. You know that counselor, so you gotta load it all too.
Well, I think when it comes to a review of these concession agreements, the first thing I need to say is that I agree with you. Care has to be taken to ensure there's sufficient guarantee for people to make sure that the country benefits from these concession agreements. At the same time, the government constitutionally is obliged to protect the sanctity of agreements when they are made. And that is the reason why the government has to be careful when you ratify these agreements and you're passing them and you are signing them into law. Once these agreements are signed into law, the ratification process, the review process is consistent with the law to ensure. Because once you have an agreement today with an investor, and all of a sudden there is advocacy or sort of agitation on the part of citizens, and you get that agreement and you ratify it or you make amendments, there is a level of confidence that you've tempered with in terms of how donors or investors can be able to come in the country and invest into certain sectors, and can be guaranteed that they will be protected and their resources will be protected. So you also want to make sure that you win the confidence and you bring the confidence of the investors, but at the same time, a balancing act that you can be able to protect the interest of the country. What I can say is that when you talk about the Birmingham Hill situation, when those days when it was only Omen Port who was writing the pamphlet and was talking about gobbling business and criticizing the concession operations. Those days, there's been sufficient time and we have progressed. There's a lot of national consciousness presently. And that's why you're hearing people from the legislature. You saw the ArcelorMittal deal, the controversy it created, where some lawmakers were opposing the ratification of that agreement, an extension of that agreement, and calling for amendments and changes to improve the lives of the people in Nimba, in the concession affected areas. So there is sufficient courage, there's sufficient eye-opening on the part of ordinary people who are now advocating, some of people in lawmaking position. So we can't give up. We need to now be able to engage adequately. We need to find more information to see what is it we can be able to do to get involved and improve the situation. And that's why we from Grand Junior County are eager to know the details of the current agreement to take over Putu, so that we can be able to make sort of respectful interjection proposals to strengthen the agreement so that our people can adequately benefit from the concession agreement. So I do agree with you, but there is a growing consciousness on the part of our people and even policymakers and administration to be able to guarantee that our people benefit from these concession agreements that have been signed.
Okay, Councillor. I want to play a video of the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Thomas Fowler. He was on OKFM this morning, and what he's going to say speaks directly to the last segment of Mr. Nippe's question and to what you have just said. And that will be my question that you can come here and answer.
Mamie Barna.
The company taking $1.6 billion worth of gold from our country per annum. And a lot of blames are shifted at the legislature. What role did you play in the whole B Mountain thing that landed or where we are? How do you see it?
You see, Clarence, how I see it. And that's where leadership comes in.
You want to come to the market?
Yeah, that's where leadership comes in. We all will be somehow, you see the sentiments, the politics. But what I'd like to say to this firstly is to say a big thanks to the Vice President for his visit over the weekend to B Mountain. And why do I mean by a big thanks is because I think he gave an eye-opener. If not, it has burdened most of us, national leaders, stakeholders, even the citizens, because for the last 48 hours since the whole information came out, the generality of our people are getting involved now. It has attracted a lot of attention to B Mountain. However, if I should speak as a national leader on this issue, void of politics, because for me, I love to see solution to problem. When problem erupt, that means it erupt to give you an eye opener and an understanding to find solution to the problem. What I would say, now that we are in authority, the legislature, the executive, every one of us will give these concessions, these concessions. It's being extended to up to what? Is it 25 years? All right. What can we do with this exposure? It's not to be sentimental. It's time for us to sit.
You see, exposure, is it strange to you?
Extension. No, I mean extension. Okay. Sorry, extension of 25 years. So it's now time for us to sit with the exposure that we have gotten. Right? Meaning what we just saw the few days by the Vice President visit. People are claiming that the company is accumulating so much because that's the basis of the disagreements all over the place, and less is coming to our people. So, as a government, as a legislator, what I would do, firstly, launch independent investigation. We got a committee there. It's time that we tighten our oversight because the concession has been there. Are other good things in there, clause and phrases in there. Is the company living up to them? Our people benefiting? Is the government getting? These are questions. So we need to delve deeper rather than just doing the normal politics. I see the both institutions, the political parties, the former ruling party, shifting blame on the current ruling party, shifting blame on the former ruling party. Instead of us sitting down as a government with this understanding of what is happening at B Mountain now, can we say where did we go wrong? What did we do wrong? How can we fix it? At the level of the legislature, I was telling my colleague, I said, gentlemen, I think it's an eye opener. By the time we resume, I'm going to lead a high-power delegation that we want to now revisit or enforce our oversight to all of those concessions because we have gotten some exposure now. Because doing the paperwork is one thing, but actualizing what is in those MDA is another thing.
We've seen, and you know, I can always reference the famous Clarence Massacre Committee. We see a lot of these visitations. People will lead delegation. Thomas Fala went there, they spoke highly. Not Thomas Fala, the LTA guy, Massacre. Our people, they come back, nothing. The vice president went there, well, I don't know
so
what happened. Didn't you see that 25-year extension when you were signing that document? Didn't you see these things before you people took that kind of position?
No, we should take responsibility. We should take responsibility because there is no one. And what no matter happen in the legislature, whatever decision I hear some of my friends sometimes say, I was still part of it. I did not affect my signature. For me, I consider that politics. It is an institution that if we take decision, you can disagree. Your disagreement will be noted or notified. But when the decision is reached, it has a bearing on the entire organization. It has a bearing even though you disagree. So I would not sit there and try to distance and say, no, we all should not shy from the responsibility that, yes, we did not see 25 years or things that we needed to put in, we did not place in there. Maybe at the time of the negotiation, there were different factors. And those that were sitting on the table did not see what you and I see today. Because for me, at the level of my experience in governance, I don't believe in shifting blame so fast. Because there are different variables sometimes interplay on the table. So my responsibility now as one of the national leaders that stay in the theater is that my eyes are open further to now move into strengthening our authority, that we demand more for our people.
At the time we're talking about Putuman and all
Putuman, thank you.
Will you people be
So we will be
but nothing will change.
No, something must change. Something must change. Even if it is just one sin, must change. Something will change. And thank God the vice president is the guy I'm told championing the Putu Mountain arrangement. Now with this experience that he gathered at B Mountain yesterday, I think where he lied down now listening under the sound of my voice, if there were room for flexibility, he would take in his girl along with his team to better negotiate for the Liberian people so that he could give an image to his government. That would give an image to all of us. So if you set me on the table now, if we have some missteps in the past, I will erect those checkpoints not to get those missteps. So there should be a room for us to negotiate. Let's take the sentiments out. We have been here.
Counselor?
Yep.
I think you heard that. That is my question right there. You said from the beginning that what is missing in all this is the information. We do not have information.
No.
Just hearing what you heard from the deputy speaker. Should we place an injunction on all of this? Because we don't have information. You said it, and everybody's saying it. No one knows, no one from the county, not from the caucus, not even you, a permanent lawyer from the county, know what is going on. Should we then say, enough is enough? If we are not part of that discussion, we don't want to do anything with this thing. You and your people can stay right in Monrovia. You can go find another mountain to go extract your ore, but not here in Granger County. Would that be a fair action to take?
I think that would be too an extreme action to take. Yeah. So this is my view about it. I think what we can advocate at this point is that to protect the interests of the affected community, specifically Granger, we need to request the government to ensure that we have a representative at the level of the interministerial committee or the team that is headed by His Excellency the Vice President, so that the county representative is privy to the information and can continue to provide adequate briefing to the people of Granger. Because we also need to ensure that there is maximum citizen support towards what the government is doing. If you're doing something on behalf of the people and they don't know what you're doing, sometimes it creates distrust. And so it will be important at this point, since the arrangements are now concluded, for the government to have a representative from Granger who will be at the table and that will have sufficient information, bring the perspective of the people into the negotiation, and then have the opportunity to brief people on a rolling basis so that they go along and that they can be able to have an input, have a voice at the table in terms of what is being negotiated for them. Because, mind you, the Granger does not have any other viable concession agreement. It's the Putu we've been looking up to. And so we are very happy that this arrangement is taking place and the company efforts are being made for the company to be reopened and to put our people back to work. And so it is in our interest for this company to be reopened. However, we want to ensure that as the company is opening, that our people can be able to benefit. We can be able to have senior level managerial position where somebody there who can be able to represent and take into consideration the custom, the tradition, and the thought pattern of our people that will inform management decision at that level of the company. So we need that voice at the table of negotiation. And we need a regular briefing of our people so they understand. I think putting an injunction on the negotiation will not be in the interest of ourselves because we need a concession to put our people back to work. So what we need to do at this point is to insist and make the request to the government that we be included at the table of negotiations so that our views and our aspirations of our people can be injected adequately into that arrangement. So that is my view on that question. Regarding the video, I spoke about it earlier, that there is consciousness that is pervading the corridor of policymakers and even ordinary people at the very community level. So people are understanding that there has to be change, reform, there has to be scrutiny of these agreements that are being reached so that sufficient guarantees are provided that the country can benefit. And Deputy Speaker Fowler just reinforced that point. So yes, we're hoping that when it comes to Putu, Vice President Kun, His Excellency President Boakai, will allow an opportunity where Grand Cheetah will participate adequately. It could be our lawmakers. It could be somebody who is an engineer from the county. It could be an administrator who will sit at the table and make adequate representation for our people. It could be a lawyer so that they can be able to provide information to our people. But the meeting on 24th Street on Sunday wasn't a good meeting in terms of the lack of information. And it didn't reflect well on the government and the people. Because the government cannot be negotiating on behalf of the people and they don't have information, including their lawmakers.
The lawmakers, yes.
Yeah. And so that was a problem. That was a problem. So we need to ratify that. But it takes
100%.
recommendations to the government to make it happen.
100%. 100%. Let me go to Mr. Nubo. Mr. Nubo?
Yes.
Two questions, sir.
Yeah. My two questions. The first one is the meeting was a failure. As I said from the get-go, the complaint representatives were to be there. Grand General representative was to be there for that district. And the government representative was to be there, whether lands and mines or local government or internal affairs government, I don't know what name they call it now. They were to be there. And the county or the district representatives were to be there. And I don't know what information the councillor won. They said that they are going to go by the old agreement. I think the councillor repeated that too. So what kind of information? All they needed to say, we're going by the old agreement they signed. Because government is not signing any new agreement. And it is up to us, the citizen. I'm from Side Town now. Don't be fooled by my Maryland accent. I'm from Side Town. We should say now, the company was to build hospital in Side Town or clear in Side Town. Build road to the other town here. They didn't do it. You got to do that before you start. And you owe us, the Grand General people, $10 million. We got to make arrangement, and that would be in our memorandum of understanding. That's why I'm confused when you say they didn't bring information. I think they didn't bring representation. Who were there for the complaint? William Cooper? So next time they need to go. Maybe or we can make them scared. Say we can frighten them. Say if we don't sign a memorandum of understanding, we will issue an injunction on the company. And you're the legal minds from Grand Gator County. You need to start working on memorandum of understanding. That is maybe that is my question, and that is my point. Question number two, everything is inside it. That is my point.
Well, I agree. And so they can always add to what I will explain. I think like I said initially, we need to proceed cautiously. Because when you talk about what information that is required, there is a lot that we are requiring.
Okay.
For one, is it a new company? What is the name of the company? Do they have sufficient capital to take over PUTU's assets and to start the exploration? Do they have the capacity to be able to pay the outstanding community social development obligations that PUTU undertook? What are the arrangements in terms of the all-weather rule, the railroad, the hospitals, the geology department, the education for our people? What are they committing to in the first 5 years, a 30% Liberian management team? What are they saying? What kind of people are they that are taking over the company? What is their capacity? What is their record of implementation? What is their integrity? We need to know that. We need to Google the company to find out what kind of company is it. Is it a Chinese company? Is it a Russian company? Is it an American company? Is that company, does it have implementation records? Who owns the company? Who are the shareholders? Who make decisions for the company? Are they sanctioned people? There is a lot that we need to know. How long? Is it the last 10 years? Or there is a possibility of an extension of the 25-year agreement? And if the extension, if the original PUTU arrangement elapses, what are the guarantee for, the extension? What are the conditions? What is the default clause? What is the performance guarantee? So there is a lot that we need to hear from the company. And if we sat down on the table to be a part of the discussion, we will be quite familiarized with these issues. So there is a lot, that we need to know. So for me, my point, my takeaway from this issue is that the absence of a representative from, the discussion affects the provision of information to our people, and they could be misinformed. And I think it's important for the government to take into consideration that Grand Gator needs somebody at the table who will understand, who can put in on the basis of the experience from our people, and then we can be able to adequately inform our people on an ongoing basis. Those are my positions.
Thank you very much. And I think you can recall that saying, the people who were to be at the table, they were not there. The government, the company representatives. If they were there, some of these questions, people are going to ask them. But they were not there. That somebody came, and hurriedly, had something, So I think we got to press on for the next meeting, for the people here, some of whom are named. From the IOC, I've forgotten the company name now, that's taking over.
It's IOG.
IOG dash ALOC. They are the people who are taking over from Salvatore. Yeah, and I named the Liberians who are involved in it, and I don't think they have any experience in managing a place like Putu Mountain. I don't think they even have a geologist among them. They have a surveyor now, land surveyor, ECB Jones. He's a surveyor, but he's not a geologist. I know that. Because I know him. I met with him before. So the next time the company must be there. The next time somebody from Land Commission or Lands and Mines or Mines, because they separate them now, from Mines should be there. Somebody from local government should be there. And they must answer these questions here. And my main concern is the money owed and the projects that were not implemented. Those same of the I will come to Liberia soon. If the company start and these things are not done, I will walk to your office like a soldier man. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Councillor Day.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello, Councillor Day.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Wright and other panelists. Mr. Wright, I advise that we shouldn't be fast to the extent that we put an injunction on the process.
Man, I made a line up on easy to that one, man.
You gotta put a fire on top of that before it walk.
Before it walk. What are you enjoying when you don't have sufficient information? what process is at the negotiation stage? You don't know why it is in it. So why are you enjoying? And besides that, the matter is still before the executive. And the government is negotiating the mineral deal. More besides, it is not your now. What you need to know is what will be in the MDA, what the federal community will have. So we have to be patient as to that aspect. Again, I have a little contrary view as to Bakoli, that the meeting held yesterday was total waste of time, because it was for the first time information about the return of the mining concession, of Putu mining concession came into the public. Besides the first,
not coming before you go to Councillor Zion.
Yeah,
because you want to know my suggestion of placing an injunction on the entire process is exactly what the Deputy Speaker said. When you are on the table, you have the opportunity to influence the conversation. At this point, not even our lawmaker, member of the council, part of that conversation. Yeah, to learn lawyers. You guys are not even aware of what is happening. Nobody from the affected area is aware of what happened. This is what is informing my action. So before it gets too late, we make a statement that we want this thing to come to a halt until we are brought to the table. And these are the people that want to come sit on the table. Councillor Day, Councillor Zion, who else is there? We want these people to be part of the discussion. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, that's right. Because as we are aware that the government is in the vetting process, and I think they have vetted they are vetted, and now they are down to 2 companies. So let's see, the company that will be selected is where now we have to come in. That's how I see it. Government has not been selected or choose the rightful company that will take over the Putu man. So we cannot write the goals before to say we are enjoying the process. So that's my view on that yet. Let the executive play that role, do the vetting, do the negotiation first. When they select a specific company, they will show the expert the Council Zion, the others expert in those areas will come in and get on the table to negotiate the terms and conditions of the agreement. So it is still in the vetting process. And as I was saying, it is our first time our lawmaker came to us and informed us about the process. Yes, there's no sufficient information to that, which I agree with. But for the fact that they will inform us that government is still negotiating with other companies and now left with only 2, then so it's a better information that we need to start on, and we would like to know the 2. I learned the senator said that one was introduced by the president and the other one was brought forward by the vetting committee. I know there will be one way or other conflict of interest, but how be it? If, like Mr. Nibble said, it is good that we know the companies that have to come in, so we as a stakeholder too will have a role to play in it when they are being selected. To the issue again, I observed yesterday from the legislators, there's some kind of lack of coordination between them. That's my issue, and that will also affect us. Because if we are not careful, what happens 10 years ago will also happen again. Because there's nothing like coordination between the caucus. Because the caucus chair called a meeting, provide some information, and later on, the former chair came up to say that they didn't have one answer to give us, or that they said because there's no more sufficient information. Provided if it has gone in the process and discussed before coming to the public, maybe they may have come with one voice. So I see there's some kind of disunity, and that will also harm the process if we are not together. Because when the caucus are not together and each of them carry their own interests, it will also affect us. And I believe Councilor Zion, former president of the bar, all will relate that to the bar have to be engaged. We also have the veteran community also that is coming around to also engage. The veteran community comprises of some experts, some in geology, some in environmental science, lawyers, also whatsoever, and the bar also. We have some more intellectuals ingrained in the country.
All right, let me jump in there, Councilor. Because I seen that group that is calling himself veteran.
Yeah.
Somebody put even past 40 years with calling themselves veteran. Veteran in what?
Veteran is an intellectual class. That I noticed is an intellectual class.
Veteran in what?
Veteran in academia, in professionalism,
in
academia, in professionalism. Like Councilor Zion is a veteran.
I don't doubt that. The people that I'm seeing,
you are also a veteran.
These are very young people who just coming out of school. They will probably got a 15 job, professional job, and they put themselves veteran. Veteran you want?
We will invite the chairman, and maybe he will give further detail on that. We invite the chairman. But these are professional young guys. Some of them hold 2 master degrees. Don't see the age.
It don't matter. Academic God make you a veteran.
That's another debate. That's another debate that we'll look at. But these are smart young guys that come that are around, and we also need to work with them because they are so ambitious and are much concerned. Some of them are very trained, educated, well. So we have to consider them as well. So, Honorable Zion, I think we just have to take it from our side. The bar to need to really push things forward because we are one of the strong group in the country that maybe when we speak out, sometimes the government will like to listen to us. I think we need to come back together. You being our former president, when we know what you have done, and even what you are still doing in the country with the programming issues. So there's a need that we the bar ready stand strong, work with our caucus to see how best that our interest is not being compromised like it was done 10 years is equal. So that's my
when you see veteran, then I agree. Councilor Zion is the legal affairs of Grandview County.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's say veterans. Oh yes, this is a legal veteran right here. Not the young student that just come out of college.
No. I better disagree with that. This young guy, Zion is a venture journalist, and Aware is a citizen lawyer. Equally so, we have others who are economists, we have others who are environmentalists, and we have others who are regarded of their age.
You want to have a debate?
If we want to, but let us tell you that next time, maybe we'll call the president and the secretary. They will do something right.
Let me go to the veteran Smith.
Yeah, who is the journalist?
Yeah, veteran journalist. The veteran journalist or environmental engineer. It's not environmentalists now. Environmentalists, people who go around making environmental issues. They don't have any training in the environment.
Okay. Well, yeah, we have environmental engineers.
Or environmental engineers. Name those veterans.
Oh, like we.
Geology.
No, I beg you. Let's bring that conversation.
I will give you more if you want that.
Councilor, I beg you. That's a conversation.
The secretary general is a veteran. They got the marine science.
Councilor,
they made the environmental engineering as well. You have another fellow, yeah.
I beg you to have a conversation another day. I beg you. Let's have it another day.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Let's go to
we have to promote our young guys and other guys are in the system. Okay, Veteran Smith. Okay, that's a great veteran.
You say the message of the title.
All right.
Veteran Smith, sorry, but it's your time.
Thank you, Mr. Numo, being so kind to me tonight. Thank you very much. Mr. Wright, I sent you a video. I don't know whether, and the reason I sent you that video, Burkina Faso has overhauled its mining sectors under a new 2024 mining code, increasing state free carry equity in mining projects from 10% to 15% and allowing up to 40% state ownership. So they have nationalized gold asset transferring control to the state company and have strengthened local refining to boost national reserves and revenue. I wanted you to play that tape because something after the years of the way we have operated as a country, it's time for us to overhaul everything. And I wanted to play what Burkina Faso is doing right that we can learn from, but I think we need to overhaul everything, how we do business. And I know you want to see the recording first before you answer it. But my question would be, either way, you think it's about time we overhaul everything, how we manage our resources, how it have been abused, how the people have created poverty in our to the community, and it haven't done good to us. Do you think it's time for us to overhaul how we do business and change? Maybe we can learn from Burkina Faso. That's my question.
So
Councilor Zia.
I think the reform process needs to take root. And it's not a debate that the way we've operated and the way we've run country has not been able to advance the development objective of our people for a very long period of time. When Madam Shirley came to power in 2012, she went across the country and they drafted County Development Agenda, President Boakai is also there's also completed county development agenda for each county. But if you just took Grand Chita, for example, because the county development agenda for Grand Chita says that 3 key things we need as a development priority for our county: 1, road; 2, education; 3, health. If you look at the expenditure level in the county, they may not be confined and aligned to the priority as identified as the priority development objective of the people of Grand Chita. And that is a problem, because if we come together as a county and say, these are the 3 major things we want, and under the revenue sharing agreement, if some money is left in the county, we need to apply that revenue to the development priorities of the county. That is not being done. So in terms of reform, I can agree with you more that we need reform. So, because it's hurting the country. One of the arguments that people have raised is that, look, when the government comes to power, yesterday it was pro-poll, today is our rest agenda, So there is a change of national development policy for each administration. And as a result of that, projects are initiated, they are not followed through, they are canceled when the election is lost, or when people, after 2 terms, and they leave power. So people are saying, look, let's have a national development agenda that is legislated, that can be changed. That is a debate. So, yes, I agree, we need to do a reform to make sure that we identify our priorities. Those priorities must be the basis of our expenditure, and that the expenditure must be guided in a way that will put the money and account for it. So, I mean, there is no disagreement that there has to be reform. There has to be reform. We also have to examine the impact of nationalization of state resources. What does that have impact on investment confidence? Is it to say, for instance, that every resource in this country is a national property? What does that say about investors that are coming? Do we have sufficient capital to initiate investment? And to talk about, and many people are also talking about finishing products. Do we have sufficient resources? So there are implications in all of those sectors if we intend to initiate a specific objective. We need to study it, because many people talk about, best practice, around the world. Everywhere you go, they say international best practice. Professor Matt Andrew, who taught public policy at Harvard University, my favorite professor, he said there is nothing called best practice, because there are contexts that are different. Every environment is different. No specific solution can fit a specific country, and you can import it into another country. So we do have strength, we do have weaknesses. We need to align our priority consistently with our strength, identify our weakness, and work on them. So yes, we need a reform process. We need the manpower that can manage that reform and be able to deliver development to our people. So those are my comments. I think, consistent with the agreement that Mr. Ryder must have, I have done more than where I was supposed to have stopped. We had agreed on 10 o'clock. It's 2 minutes to 11. So may I just make the appeal that I can now leave at this point so that I can get to do some other things. I just arrived this morning from Grand Chita, where I spent the weekend talking to people and trying to educate them on the forest issue. I haven't slept. I had to go to work. I come back. I had to prepare. So, but this is an important discussion. I wanted to be part of it. So when he asked me, I gladly accepted to do it.
Yes,
So that's my plea, to be excused at this point.
Before you leave, I think
Councilor Day will pick on your question. We had an agreement. I told him I was going to be gung ho on this. We're not going to go over 1 minute. But he's here until 11, almost 11 o'clock. So please, let the counselor leave. Counselor Day will pick up your questions. All right, Counselor, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank
And
you.
we appreciate you being on the show. We look forward to having you again.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so much. And it's been a pleasure participating in this discussion.
I want to ask him personal questions.
Thank
Your body, they want to stay as well.
Hello, you guys. Amen. I hear so the other side. I also turn to the now.
Man. Let's have a discussion.
We'll talk. Okay, we'll talk it out.
Counselor, be nice to us. There you go. All right. So go ahead, Veteran. Counselor, pick up your question.
You said we should ask the question?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you're hearing noise.
Counselor Day. Mhm.
Okay. My question was going to come back. I like how he answered the question about it's time for reform. And I think this is the right time to find the Vatican, Pope Louis having a trip in Africa and recognizing the exploitation of Africa in terms of mineral resources that should benefit the welfare of the people, and the Pope is on the side of Africa to bring awareness to other European countries and others. Not to forget about the poor people, you rich country like Angola, Cameroon, where it produce a lot of the top minerals for the world, and the people are poor. So to hear the poor on the side of Africa to make the platform, the case for Africa, I think this is the right time that African government should start thinking about transforming how we utilize our mineral resources, because you will not get a better advocate than the Pope, who is visiting 4 African countries right now: Algeria, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, and Angola. Those are rich mineral resources, oil countries, but the people, the lives of the people are in poverty. $2.15 with all that money they're making. So the Pope is on our side, meeting those leaders. Like Equatorial Guinea, the longest serving African leader, living on oil riches, and the poor and the people suffering. So you have somebody bringing the play of Africa, exploitation of our mineral resources, and fighting for Africa now. I think what I wanted to ask him, maybe this is the perfect time that we start putting our house in order when it comes to our mineral resources. I don't know what the panelists would think, but I think this is the right time. The only he didn't come to Liberia, but he identified 4 African countries: Algeria, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, and Angola.
I beg
So I
to
know how.
quickly differ from you. We came here for a purpose. Discuss the Putu Mountain issue. And you talk about mine ownership, people talk about mine ownership. There you start. And he was answering that question. Now you jump to religion. Hail Mary, Mother of God. There you jump to. You let the whole Putu Mountain thing.
I beg to differ with you.
You left the whole Putu Mountain thing. We are
No.
here. You are here
No.
to hang here, or how this Putu Mountain thing we should handle it. And then you bring
Maybe
in
maybe you didn't listen to the context.
I'm listening.
No.
I'm a good listener. What Putu Mountain has to do with
No.
what does
You didn't
Putu
listen.
Mountain have to do with that?
You didn't listen to the content.
I beg to differ. No concert here. What are we doing? And what are we going to do from now on until the new company starts? That is my point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Professor Day.
Anybody going to take the veteran question? Person ask a question. Any taker?
Professor Day, you understand the context why I put the question or the statement I was making?
I get a little understand what it is. Yeah, let me just say this. I agree with you with the reform, even the way what you talk about the poor is into Africa, is listening to other countries on the issue of reform on the natural resources, especially our mineral resources. And if you look at our mineral law, the 2000 mineral law, they have been to 26 years now. The 2000 mineral law have been 26 years now. It means that it has been outdated as to it for it to conform with current day reality. And when you look at what attaches to the agreement, the concession agreement, or whatever it is, or the lesson being given to the mining company, you see that Labrador does not benefit anything at all. Look at the Class A mining fees. Look at the Class B mining fees. Look at the Class C mining fee. And when you give a lesson to an individual with Class C, you will see that man with Class C lesson will start operating Class B. In a practical term, most Ghanaians are on our rivers because you talk about some kind of reform. So most Ghanaians are on our river. And when you go from Lofa River all the way to Kavala River, you will see that those rivers are being manned without proper liquor fluid, without proper arrangement. And the community is the one that is being affected, but the citizens themselves also benefit from the illicit kind of money. So some kind of reform is required of. Like when you go to the MDA recap and the MDA, maybe like there's a consumer agreement between the government of Labrador and another company. One thing that is always in that agreement is the stabilization clause. And that stabilization clause in the agreement where it will prevent government not to impose or change certain things related to taxes or certain things that will give some pecuniary benefit to the state. It can some restriction measure. And the legal framework of this agreement is not favorable to us, it's always favorable to the investor. So the mining law has to be reviewed, work on 2000 up to 2006. It's a long term that we expect that the government and our adequate geologists with the government to work together to see how best to work on the mining law with other lawyers. But we always at a disadvantage when it comes to the mining agreement. That's what I say.
So when should the reform take place? Or when the contract ends? Or you can break the contract that what happened in Burkina Faso, pay the people back and the state take over?
No, most of our agreement is restricted. As I said, the stabilization clause restricts government not to take certain action, not to change the law until that contract ends. Because if you accede to that agreement and you try to cancel that contract or try to change whatever issue, it becomes an international issue. It becomes an international issue. But except where it can be established, like the one that happened that now that be established with B Martin, where B Martin was understating the number of gold that were exported or that was harvested per month or per year, which they may represent the facts. These are issues that can also call for the review of the agreement. But otherwise, when it remains as it is, the agreement will remain intact until it can end. You cannot change anything regarding to that effect.
Okay, let me ask my question. You recommended to Councilor Zion that the legal practitioners in the county should. Yeah, hold on, let me see. You said the legal practitioners in the county should be proactive. First of all, in what way were you talking about? Are you because like I said, it's Councilor Zion has been the only lawyer from the county that I know of. I speak for myself, that has been active within the county. I've been dealing with this gentleman since 2015. He has been on the Putu Mountain thing forever. You know, this is why I will be behind today. I said, if anybody got to speak on the thing, it got to be you, because you have been on it for so long. So my question to you, Councilor Day, what has to be done from the perspective of the legal practitioner? What is it you guys have to do? And how do you think that is going to move the needle? How?
Correct for us. Granted, Bar Soldier has so many members who also imparting, who contributing to with, and who are also contributing in the county. Councilor Zion is doing his best in one sector, especially with the land-related issue on the Burkina Faso, and I will very commend him for that. He has the NGO also that are working towards that and helping the people. But there are other people also, all lawyers who are there, providing some kind of pro bono service to the people there, or providing some kind of service that it is, either as a practicing lawyer or either as a judgeship whatsoever. Yeah, we guided what role that the local bar should play.
But
we are the legal
before you move on, if we got all these people in the county that you said that are doing these things, why can't they step over? No, speaking of the Ghanaian, why can't they step over? Step forward, rather, like you and Councilor Zion are doing. Because we've been trying to find somebody in the county to say, where are the lawyers in the county? Where are they? We don't see them. So if they're doing all the job, Councilor, you gotta talk to them. They gotta come forward. Go ahead.
I think they would do that. Some of them like to work behind the scene and let them show themselves before the public. And there are others who are like you are also aware of Councilor Kando Bara. He's one of those that only put to money issue. He one of those that really working because. Pardon me?
No,
the citizen movement, yeah, that's one. But even at that, as the president of the local bar, most of the time we are being briefed regarding the status of the Putu manager when we meet as a bar member, and he also he almost like a friend to the vice president, and he also briefed on the issue regarding the Putu man. He want to do that, been breaking all the issue up even before this time. Why it is like, and he before the information was disclosed to the public, said Councilor Bara was the one that told all the bar members that Putu will be coming back. I think he said that to us about 2 or 3 years ago. Putu will be coming back, but in a different form. And there's a me that maybe there'll be a short in the short period of time the government will start negotiating whatever it is, and we should be prepared not to be dormant like before in 2016 or 2010. For this time, we should be proactive. And it is what like that's what I told Councilor Zion. We cannot move a step forward now until the government reveal to our public who is the company that they have selected to mine in the Putu Mountain, or who is that particular company that won the contract with the government. It is that company. Now is what the negotiation is there, not the MDA, but when the company is being selected, being introduced to the legislators, Definitely so also can come in and see how best what it is in the agreement. So that the agreement has not been ratified. We as a lawyer, we have right to review the agreement. We have right to tell our legislators this is what it is. This is what should go to our people. These are the benefit it is. The 30% employment requirement for all librarians should be in full compliance. So we are on the standby. Like the meeting yesterday, we have some members that were in the meeting yesterday. We're waiting to get some concrete information for our legislators, even though they have no voice sufficient. So what it is. So the bar is ready to work. And as we say, is like something that's going to be proactive. That's something that is totally proactive now. And Councillor Barra is also on top of information. He and the Secretary General.
Okay. My question to you before I go to Mr. Nubo. Is there a local office for the Granger Bar Association in Granger?
Not officially open yet, but the local office and the few years ago the local authority provide us space to have our local office, but we tend to negotiate on that. They were said the allotment, but it's not been formally established. But fortunately for us at this time, before Councillor, how do you call it, Moses Rainey, who is the vice president for the local bar, because he's stationed in Granger. So he runs the day-to-day affair of the local bar in Granger at the time before he just been appointed as judge just 2-3 months ago. So he runs the affair of the local bar there, and he started there as public defender, already placed in the situation that he very suited to represent indigent at the time. So it's true he the bar, the local office of the bar runs with other lawyers who are also in the county. Formally, we are now opening a local office.
Okay, Mr. Nubo, bear with me, please. The people in the county don't know you exist because you don't have a number that they can call to report some of your members that are doing terrible jobs for this people. One lady called on the program, on our morning program, one time. So one of your members that she hired took her money and gave her a runaround. All the guy was doing, he would only call her to support postpone the case to the next article to take opinion. But when she called to get information on her case, he doesn't pick up. She don't know who to go to go report the yeah. So she don't know where to go report this guy.
Okay.
When she want to call and she wants to call anybody that know where to go, but she know that there's a Granger bar association, and the guy that she hired is part of your association. So my recommendation is that you're ready to be president of the county because you guys are not there. Some of them have been on the radio and we ask the question over and over. We ask people, say, if anybody come here and say, we know where the Granger Bar Association is located, we'll give you $10 US. And nobody called out there on the show to say, oh, I know where the county office is. I mean, the Bar Association office is. Nobody know. So my recommendation to you, Councilor, there, y'all please double up. Thank you. Let me go to Mr. Nubo for his question. Mr. Nubo?
Yes. I keep on hearing that we have two complaints, and we don't know which complaint the government has selected. I don't think that is true because over and over we said OIG slash ALOC is the complaint, or this is the complaint that is taken over from Servitor. So I don't, and then Councilor we're talking about, no, we have not seen the document. It is stated that they want to take the old agreement and complete it. So the complaint headed by Drew Mason is taking taking over from the old complaint, and they will complete the years, the remaining years for the old complaint. So the reason we are here is what we can do for our people. And that's why we need you, we need Councilor Zion, we need Councilor Bala. We need all of you here. If I were in Liberia, I'm going to put 3 of you in one room and say you'll come out with memorandum of understanding before I open this door here. So that's what we're talking about, Councilor Dave. Thank you. You can unmute.
Few times ago, the graduate bar association met the caucus and availed itself that they are ready to work with the caucus, and whatever the caucus want also do, whatever intervention they want from the local bar, the bar is waiting to do that. It to the extent that the bar will assign a special liaison to the caucus, not only in legislative drafting, but in review or contrast or any other issue that may appear before it, so to get a professional advice as to this issue. Even though fairly it have been working, but it's not that so effective, meaning we always avail ourselves in providing legal services to our people anywhere, anytime. And even the very institution benefited from my legal expertise, because Talk FM, I can remember 2015, Segu maybe we don't prepare the legal document, the article corporation, other issues. I think at the time one of the board members for Talk FM when we did that. It's based upon my legal expertise that what Talk FM came to be when it was being challenged. Some or local authority were trying to intimidate at the time, or criminal defense lawyer, public defender at the time. And that's true by the management here to protect the image of the radio station, including two other local radio stations in the country. So, and the bar is always available. We attempted having legal clinic in the county, and we also talk with the legislator to also the local land legislator, but the local authority, I think on the ground, who's the errors, try to intervene, not no great, but the former superintendent Friday try to intervene so we will have some local legal kicking in the county. And this the bar, how much the bar is being, how much the bar is being contributed to from the local authority. So, and one way or other, we are being provided public services. And regarding what you are saying, Nemo, I know what I get it right, that you want to put all in one room so that we'll be able to work. Definitely so. The bar.
I was joking. I said, I can't.
That's true. So with the, because we were told, you talk about the two companies issue. We were told by the senator yesterday there were several companies that were reviewed by the committee, and two companies and the other company were vetted. Only two companies left to be vetted, and the two companies he did not need them. Maybe you may have the information, but he said one of them was brought forward without the process by the president, and the other one was brought forward by the vetting committee. And the two companies, the executive will decide, the vetting committee will decide to choose one among the two. And when they choose one among the two is where now the proper negotiation will start, where the government will provide terms and conditions as to the legal framework, the negotiation as to wherever it is that the issue that has to benefit the community, or the negotiator that will talk about the enforcement regime of that particular contract, and so many other things. If that particular issue is done, then it will be sent to the legislature within our process when the company is being selected by the vetting committee. Now it is time. Almost every stakeholder, meaning from the county and for other areas, from other areas, would now ask to be joined to be part of the process to discuss the MDA or whatever agreement that the company may have with the government. But like you need a bidding process, a completed bidding process to build a school building. The community, the federal community will not, I'd rather be part of the bidding process to say they want to be part of the bidding process. No. But when they finish selecting the construction company, and the construction company tend to take over the contract, the federal community now will come in because the construction company will bring the plan of the bidding to the federal community, and what they try to build is different from what is on the plan. The community now will come in. So that's how I already see it. I already see it as from my own view. So we shouldn't rush to say that government should bring all party or stakeholder in at this stage during the bidding process or during the vetting process. When the company is being selected, when the government and the company is now on the table for discussion, what the government will benefit, what the federal community will benefit, is where we, the beneficiary of the county, we the beneficiary, and we will be part of that table to discuss with the company along with the government. This is how it works. Not in the vetting process. The vetting process, we are looking for someone to come and man our mountain. So you cannot outright say you're going to discuss there whether the company agree or not. No. So this it is. That's how I see it.
I don't know if that is government or if that is representatives. Please meet yourself, Councilor Day.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if that is government or they are our representatives who are deceiving us. I mean, when they say, two complaints, did they name complaints? They didn't name complaint. They complaint name is half a name. Maybe they feel that if the second point I want I still hearing echo. So no, they are deceiving us, they are confusing us. They made the decision months ago to give the Putu Mountain. I don't know when we'll start calling it Jada Mountain. Maybe Archie forgot. I mean, that around 2009, 2010, I started seeing Putu Mountain coming from Maryland County. When I was growing, I knew Jada Mountain, where our people from Maryland used to go and worship. Yes. So they are fooling us. That mountain is not for only y'all. If I was something I could put in my wheelbarrow, I was going to come from Plibo with my wheelbarrow and put that mountain there and take it to Plibo. Because that mountain is for southeastern Liberia. We used to worship it. Y'all little children, you don't know what we the old people we know. So they are fooling us. The person who taking over that mountain are due missing. I want to make it clear. That my male, that my progressive, older brother, but we gotta say the truth. That's it. Yeah, actually, I don't know what they actually saw tonight. So actually, it's up to Councilor Day to respond, and then it's up to you. But our people are represented, including us, because government was not represented. Only our people were represented, and the Cooper man is part of that Jew missing arrangement. William Cooper, he is a local representative, and he couldn't tell anybody the truth. So I rest my case. Thank you.
Hello?
Let me mute myself.
Putu Mountain. Yeah, someone coming? I said Putu Mountain, Jira Mountain. What are in Granger or in the southeast? I thought consider the mountain state in the southeast. You get me? Like one fellow asked question yesterday in the meeting. He asked that why they change the mountain name from why they want to change the mountain name from Putu Mountain to Jira Mountain. And the individual that asked that question for Putu, believing that if they need change, the Putu people will not benefit, that Granger will benefit. Forgetting to know that the immediate federal committee is Putu. So Granger is where the mountain is being hosted. So Easton, our sister counties will also benefit because we'll use our route to transport the ore to the nearby port. So the WG will also benefit where any other issue that may come. Sand will also benefit. I even learned that they want to use another route in Maryland. If the Sando issue will be much difficult, they will probably use Maryland because I learned the route to Sando beyond the mountain will be so much difficult to face with the railroad. So they were contemplating or even taking the route to Maryland Port. So everyone from the southeast will benefit regardless of the name, whether Putu or not. And I agree with you. Probably maybe they may be up to something because if you said Jew Mason Company is the one that come to take over, then so I still think about his capacity. How much he financially strong. We're looking for some good foreign company that will come out of the West, where they will meet the demand of the community, where they will do the money appropriate that it will have some level of employment, where it will provide some kind of benefit to the community. But I don't know if it is Jim Mason. Maybe so he should come. Maybe he is financially potent. His company could probably do well. But we hope that the government should disclose every basic information to us so that we'll be able to make the rightful decision as well.
I don't know who said this morning. Who talked about Everton this morning? Was it? Oh, Councilor Davis. Councilor Davis, please mute yourself. Okay, thank you. This morning, somebody were discussing it on Top FM, and somebody went to Sevator, the first company site. Actually, was it Brown or Seku? But somebody went there. I think that was Mr. Brown, and said that it looks like these people bought share from the original company. So the original company is still there, but it's in the shadow. They are playing games. No two companies, no bidding over over on Putu Mountain. They have already made it. They made a decision last year. And these people have been running after the Putu Mountain 4 years. Dating back to George Weah time. So they did their homework. And then our lawmakers do not want to be honest with us. They are deceiving us. They are as bad as the old company. And they are as bad as the new company that are coming. But no, when they get their cold water, no, they can do anything to fool us. I rest my case. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Nubo? Mr. Nubo, yeah. Veteran Smith?
Yes. Oh, okay.
Veteran Smith.
You almost made a mistake by calling him Mr. Smith.
Who on the hot seat?
Councilor Day.
Huh? Oh, so all question to Councilor Day now. Okay, Councilor Day. Mr. Newman somebody gotta shut the microphone down. What Mr. Newman was talking about, Mr. Brown went into the sale of the company or the past company or still the company, and it looked like looking, and he was reading certain basic information that is, I don't know whether this is on sale or what, the sales statement of what, and something came out of it, and they call Putu another name, another slang was used on the sale. I don't know whether it was the advertisement that the old company have on the bulletin or that the sale of the company in West Africa. I think that's how Mr. Brown read it. He did a research and he saw it there. My question to you, it seemed like the old company still have control of what is going on if there is a new owner or not. The old owner still have to play a part. Now, when would it be necessary that the old owner have no part to play in such an agreement? It seemed like the old owner stayed there until everything is done, ratify, or have a new owner pay their money back. Is that how it works?
You can more ask me questions. My first question, about feedback. Okay. I asked some of us your similar question regarding the termination of the contract of the old company. Because when the contract still exists, and you negotiate with other companies, there's certain kind of risks. So as a water, the old company is aware of the arrangement, because if the old company is the one who try to sell its share or its interest in the contract to another company, meaning the new company will absorb or assume the liability of the old company. But if the government disregard the old company in the existing of the agreement without following the clause to terminate the agreement, either by way of arbitration, whether there's a means of arbitration stated in the agreement or by some kind of legal proceeding, and engage another company, there's some legal risks from my perspective on a contract law. Because before you terminate the contract of another person or before you had the services of another company, it must be at the acquiescence of the old company, whether they are performing or not. The issue of cardinal notice is so important. So if the government acted without the involvement of the old company, there be some kind of risks, even if the company is not performing. Because if the company is not performing, you have to get a cardinal notice. that the company breached the terms and conditions of the contract. Because of that, you will terminate the contract. And when there's any other claim that the government may have on the company, they may request it. Otherwise, the government unilaterally decide to enter into contract with another company without giving notice to the existing company who has the existing contract. There's some kind of legal risk. So in other words, I believe Putu is aware of the government action, and I believe that I try to believe also on numerous statement that that is the same company that coming here, they're not share. Yes, as he already saying, only maybe they try to represent the fact to us that the government doing the vetting process, because you cannot be discussing. It's so doubtful that a company still have contractual right in the agreement, then you want to give it out to another company. What you need to ask for is your benefit or whatever thing that you may get from the company, your income, whatever it is. You were someone talking?
No, go ahead.
So what you say? Go ahead.
No, that's it. So, if, as I say again, recently, if the government try to enter into an agreement with another company without the acquiescence of the former company or in the existing of a contract, definitely so, it's a risk, and the minute government assume whatever risk, and the company may take some kind of action. But from what the look of things is, the Putu man is probably aware of government action. Putu may probably give consent for the government to look for another company to buy its shares and sell its right to that company, probably so sell it right to that company, and that company will also assume a liability in the wake of the new agreement that may be established, either to end a banner, I don't know, 15-year banners or how many year banner, or to do another agreement outside, negating the previous agreement and enter into another agreement. So, as I said, it is risk. Yeah. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Do you think because of that, the government is very careful and the lawmaker very careful in really providing the information to the citizen or to the public? They're keeping the information very tight because there is an old company still have the right to it, and then the new company coming. They are very careful in giving information. You think that's why it's happening?
I said earlier on that the meeting yesterday was not a waste of time. Partly, the unity was the lack of coordination between the legislators themselves, the caucus themselves. But the meeting yesterday was just because there was so much speculation. There was some kind of tension of growing out, and the people not really have basic information regarding the president, selected the vice president on our committee. So I believe in the wisdom of the legislator, they decided to call that meeting so that to provide some kind of information, the stage of the contract, to the stage of the process, but could not disclose the appropriate information because I believe they didn't have that much information. And I also believe that is another safe method to also keep the public informed and to be kind, and to also save the information until that arrangement can be settled before they disclose it fully. Yes, I agree with you from that question.
Okay, I think that's where I wanted to answer. So now the lawmaker should be the one now, but they don't know how to engage their own citizen. How will you advise lawmaker what we just came up with? How can they interact with the citizen to show that confidence so the citizen can feel our lawmaker working, but because of the disagreement of the old Putu, now with the new agreement, they have to be tied with information because it might have legal consequences as they move forward. Can the lawmaker do that in helping to make the citizen understand?
Absolutely, yes. But I noted there's some kind of hindering and something that may hinder the process, because I noticed that the legislator lack some kind of coordination. They have one or two legislators who may have some proximity to the executive, and that the executive had that confidence into discuss with. And those that do not have that proximity with the executive may not have that information to access it. So I believe the executive try to take advantage of their disagreement or their lack of coordination to work on that information. Because if you listen to Honorable Soga, he provides some basic information contrary to what Honorable Nimda said. So when you see when Honorable Soga was briefing, he gave us some stages, how the matter came about, how the political issue came about, and how they did some engagement. But Honorable Nimda was so blunt that even though these issues are happening, but there's no more sufficient information. So it could be, but until the caucus put themselves together and let the executive see them as one, then they so their involvement will be necessary. The executive, there's a need for the executive to include them on the table. But that one or two individuals may benefit, but could not have that kind of authority to provide, to make the caucus to work as a team. That's how I look at it.
Could the public turn this agreement around if they're not careful in how they agitate and force government for that information, or government will still be tight with the information because they're feeling that something has been hidden from them, that document have been written, and they want to know everything.
Okay, go with the agreement. Just say there's a written agreement. We cannot say there's a written agreement, there's any document that exists, or that we believe that government is still in the negotiation stage and nothing formally has been brought forward to the public. So the public will not add on any agreement that is done before it. So what we need to look up to is the outcome of whatever negotiation that government may have done, maybe to be brought before the public. But for now, nothing is before anyone. Everything that we are doing, we are only speculating. That's it. And we cannot dwell on speculation.
So the division between lawmakers, how can they solve that problem to benefit the people?
For me, there's a rightful time on that they should work together as a team. How they should solve it, put all that self-ego, put all that self-pride, and see Nigeria as one, see the people as one, work together as a team, and in line with a cardinal function, do what will be the best in the interest of the citizen. And at the same time, when they put all their self-interest agree, they will have that kind of force to engage the executive, to engage the police and the executive as to this agreement or to work in the interest of Nigeria. Otherwise, when they have to have that supremacy fight among themselves, I'm the best caucus of the year, or I'm the best individual of the year, I'm the best caucus member of the year, or I'm doing this for the people, the other one is not doing this. Personal glorification would not help. They have to work as a team, and the only way to work as a team is for them to trust one another, believe in one another, put all their political differences aside. From party X, from party Y, is not sufficient, but for them to work as a team in the interest of the country. Otherwise, this show the people are being elected. It's not the graduate of 2005. and not like the pool of 2011 or possibly 2014 or 2017. Now the political space, is so tense. We have most Nigerians as enlightened, they are educated, and we may not be carried away like we were carried away before. So definitely, so the best way to do for them to work together as a team, and the only way to do it is to put aside their pride, to put aside the political differences and work as a team. That's it.
Mr. Nima, you have a question?
I don't know if Alex is around, or I don't know
No.
if it is not too late to go on the phone.
No, I don't think we go into the public because it almost go into 12.
Yeah, it's late, guys. We're not going to the phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I keep on saying this. Okay. That the new complaint is International Operating Group / African Iron Ore Corporation. The base in Mauritius. And they say it will eventually be registered on Johannesburg or Stock Exchange. And the African Iron Ore Corporation is backed by BOA International Asset, a Hong Kong-based entity linked to the Bank of Asia Group. So that is the information we have. And that is the due Mason connection we have. I shouldn't say we. That's the information I have. So, I mean, I said, the meeting, I don't know, yesterday or when, it was a waste of time, because even the lawmakers that went there, they were fighting about each other. They didn't know what time it was. So that's why I say it was a waste of time. And as I said before, you're the legal minds from Grand Jade. The boy is in your court. What you need to do is to have a meeting and think about memorandum of understanding between the people, maybe the 3 counties and the company. Because what government wants now, government saying, we want the people, people in Grand Jade to start working. If you don't do anything, it means that they will go ahead with their operation without memorandum of understanding. And they will not be held accountable for the projects that the old company did not do. For the money that the old company owe. Because our lawmakers are not talking about the money they owe. Liberian government is not talking about the money they owe. All they're talking about is to provide jobs. Job opportunity for Liberians. And after a year, maybe after 5 years, you go there, you will not even find a director from Grand Jade County. I know what I'm talking about. So I've raised my case. Thank you.
You are talking about Africa. You are talking about the company that initiated the Pudu money arrangement before even the coming of Sylvester and the Pudu Iron Ore Mining Company. because there's a African Oral Mining Incorporation, which was the initial developer of the Putu project. But before 2010, before 2010, and that company have to transfer its rights or issue to Sylvester. I don't know how they call it, Sylvester or whatever it is. Then,
Something.
yeah. Then Sylvester now was later on, due to some financial issue, bankruptcy, financial matter, they have to transfer its rights to Putu Iron Mining Company. And the Putu Iron Mining Company that we are discussing today. So whether it's the same, whether it's the same company that is now coming back, the first company that initiated the whole Putu Mining project is African Oral Mining Incorporation. So whether is that you are still talking about?
Okay. The company that is International Operating Group, and that group is linked to African Iron Corporation.
Okay. That is a fresh information.
And this morning, check or several and you verify the information.
Okay.
Yeah, that is international operating group or in collaboration with African Iron Corporation. They are linked to the company. Yeah, so no. I have not checked their website. But I'm talking about
why we didn't honor that the African Iron Corporation is linked to the early stage company behind the Putu Iron project. But the correct and widely recognized as African Oral Mining Incorporation. So the difference of that it is. And the company and Sylvester left because at the time there were financial issues that make them to leave. And another thing that made them to leave at the time, they say there's a fall in the iron ore price. Then said the company had Russian background. There's some certain kind of session was on Russia, and they couldn't proceed further. So, except the new company, why it is before since you are a good researcher, and I will not doubt what you are saying. So I will maybe we'll also do a further research on that to see how truthful it is, and where it comes from, wherever it is. I don't think that either company had the capacity to really handle the Putu mining issue, and it will bow down to the same old failure that affected us 10 years ago with Putu Iron Mine. That's how I see it. But the government, the one thing that I think Virgin Fry asked or you asked is the kind of issue where you not be disclosed earlier on when it comes to the public. Maybe there's be some kind of rather action by the citizen to question government authority, not government authority to negotiate, but the government authority as to going into certain kind of agreement that may not benefit the federal community or the people of the country, as well as Liberian as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see it.
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, good news.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, guys, let me step in a little bit.
Okay.
Counsel, it may seem like I rather jumping on y'all the legal practitioners on the show tonight. But I have to because you guys, I know you said some of your members are active in the county, but I think there's a vacuum that needs to be filled by you and your colleagues. And I mean that in all sincerity. We were on a show, I'm sorry, and we did make a loud call. And like I said, nobody came on to even say, well, we will try, to see how we can help you do this. We were very intentional about it. We say, if anybody can identify the office or a number that you could use and call the Bar Association in the county. I say this because, look, and I'm not trying to be, to be this guy who wanting to put, the Bar Association on a full burner here, but it has to be said. Your current president, Councilor Bala, is all in the news everywhere. He wants to establish the centrism, whatever that is. I don't know, because you can't be a centrist and be supporting one side and bashing another side. That does not make you a centrist, in my view. Never. It will never be. It will not make you a centrist from here on the moon and to come back. But yet, in the county, he's missing. In the county for which he carrying a big title. I am the president of the Granger Bar Association. He wears that title. But in the county, no one know you exist. Nobody know you exist. So, I really got to beat on this thing because it bothers me. It bothers me seriously. It does. You guys are so educated, but yeah, you're not president. You don't exist in the county. And it bothers me.
Let me say this. Honor his leadership in the county. I think this is the second term of Councilor Barra. The first term, there was some kind of civil education being conducted by the bar every term of court. Meaning, at the court opening, the bar would take a week out to the various institutions, high schools, and youth centers, other places to discuss, provide some career knowledge to our youthful population, and also go to the school and give them some serious education. Why important to be a lawyer? Or sometimes lawyers will come and discuss their career or their background career before becoming a lawyer, motivate them. And there are sometimes there's other symposium. Here can also many reform and the issue regarding the county. Is that about going to go to do representation? When it comes to representation, there are lawyers who are doing representation. Lawyer, as a lawyer, especially for labor law, it's a general law, it's a general field. Like you see Councilor Zion, who articulate when it comes to this kind of agreement-related issue, because it's where he focused to that extent. For me, when it comes to criminal-related issue, I focus to that extent. So many was coming, Zion myself will have some kind of dimension when I handle criminal-related matter, and he will need more information from me than him. So the law is of diverse area. I myself, other people are rather put bonus service or people in the county, and there's a thing to us. From the late Councilor Barra, meaning the uncle to Kano Barra, the late Councilor Awa Bere. Then I think so. These were the two major people from there. Maybe the Omer Swambe, who was candidate at the time, but here from River G and also in the bar. Sandy got passed. The first ever law school graduate that even returned back to the county is a current resident judge. The second person to follow that even obtained law degree is a fellow that just left from here, Zion. Before Little Lai, myself, and Kanyo. The bar, we're not like the other countries who have so many members It's just recently that we are even going on up to 13, 14 membership. Yes, I think recently we get some kind of membership. But before it used to be 2, 3. And that 2, 3, our number, we contributed a lot. And no one bar, except for the national bar establishing Bon County, the legal clinic for Bon County, is on the wing of the national bar, but the local bar in Bon County handling that. And that legal clinic used to be in Buchanan. No bar. The issue of the bar is a recent reform by the late Chief Justice Johnny Lewis, and it has been buttressed by the former Chief Justice Kokopo, that now lawyers should return back to the Broward County and see how best the representation will come from the Broward County. That's why you see our admission this time is always here in the county. Yes, we are struggling to have a legal clinic in the county, but that doesn't mean our president is not being fair. And it's also a disservice that you ask for a novel, someone could not get counsel mostly really novel, someone could not get counsel unless they got novel, and other people who were there, even though now they are judges now at this stage. But the issue is they are still bar members. And we are here. Others are Ethan, who also goes in the county and do representation. Who also go in the county and do representation. So the bar is trying its best. Even in Mosurado, the bar on 2, 3 occasions has assembled the youthful population and other Granjide and gave them some kind of sensitive legal education on 2 occasions. Similar workshop that some bar, larger bar association had never done. Sometimes they go hard, and I think we have had some Palm Bottle Festival, we also call some Granjide. Only a few came, but we provide some kind of information again to them, because the more you educate your citizens, the more they will not come in conflict with the law, the more they will be in straight adherence to the law, the more you can advise them. And we have done that several times, most of the time. They get the next court opening. Yeah. The next court opening, you see the bar president in the county, and they'll spend a week there. Every lawyer must be able to uphold his economic status. While we provide services in the county, Monrovia is central based. Our system is not just on the bar, but our economic system is, our country economic system is centralized to the extent everything is done in Mosurado. Yes, that is true. But for a lawyer to stand on his feet, to depend on his feet, the client base in the southeast is not so much sufficient, that a lawyer who is a more professional lawyer who's also in a family who is being held to. Pardon me? So when I spent 4 years, about 5 years in the county. When I graduated immediately, I said my first assignment will be in the county, and I went and served the county for 5 years pro bono. I did not even go to court. I also taught the community college pro bono for 4 years free. We're out there. These are contributions. Taught administrative law, taught business law. So others are doing it. There's 1 or 2 bar members in that community college also providing that services there. Where most of the people were being raised at the time, 2014, 2015, all the issue, we were there advocating for the rights of the people. The church, the Assembly of God Church, those businesses, the other people who do not who need legal representation, we were providing that representation. So let me move okay.
Question. Your chairman, Councilor Bagbala, if the bar is called to come and help to craft this MDA, I mean, I don't want to say, I don't want to be too definitive, but the fact that your chairman is interlooped with the Unity Party and how you call it, President Boycott, how sure are we that when he's called to provide his legal expertise, that he's going to do so from a position of objectivity, from a position that is biased towards the county and the region?
Excuse.
All right, I think the counselor is busy. Mr. Nuba, what I'm trying to say here is that
The counselor is coming back.
Okay, good. Did you hear me, counselor? Did you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm getting that. Can you miss it?
Okay, great.
Okay,
So
great.
I'm seeing the chairman of the bar of the Radio Association, Mr. Councilor Kamiobala, is so looked with President Boyko. I say this because he has made so many pronouncements, both in writing and on air, of supporting the Unity Party government, because he said the central movement means when good is done, to speak about it, and those who are criticizing to come on in hard in favor of the administration. So he has not hired that side of himself. So my question then is, how sure are we that he's going to be objective when you guys are called and he, as your leader, goes to represent, of the county and the region, to help craft this thing, so that if it's not so much taking the government position against the county and the region, because that seems to be a possibility.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I was saying, Mr. Nubo, this guy, not only has he been live on active in his writing and on in the news. This man said that the president is doing a good job, and he mentioned Putu Mountain. And what how sure can we be if if the Bar Association from the county is called and say, "Oh, we need to help review this thing and give us your position"? How sure that the Kanio Grange Bar Association will not heavily side with the government? How sure are we? And because he is the president, he carries, his voice carries a lot of weight.
Okay.
I'm just worried about, I
don't know. I don't know what they can do. Maybe they can have a meeting, they can be head of us and be head of some political entity that align with one party. I think they can do that. But being chair for the Grand Gator Bar Association, I don't think he should have gone into that centrist thing, and up to now I don't understand what it means. Liberia is not like veterans may please mute yourself. Liberia is not like the US, where you have the Democrats, you have the Republican, They have their own theory. Each party has their own theory. If you want to fall in between there, you are centrist. But in Liberia, what we talk about? One thing. Everybody talk about the same thing. So what is center in there? There's no center. There's no center. We don't have any center. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Because first of all, and you're right.
They just want to use words to confuse our people.
That's because first of all, what is it politics? Yeah, I'll go ahead. Ask a question, Mr. Duane.
Well,
I'm back now.
Yeah. I'm saying that here in the U.S., we have the Democratic Party, we have the Republican Party.
Oh no, Mr. Newell, you're trying to answer my question. My bad.
I
really want to hear his position on that. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're trying to answer my question, Councilman.
Maybe for that. What was?
Yeah, let me say that before Corey Council Barra established the centrism, Council Barra
Yeah, I'm a problem with connection.
The network is really hitting the council tonight now.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, the connection is good.
Yeah, because he didn't go to court today, that's a problem. So the internet is punishing him. All your clients were waiting for you.
Oh man, he didn't go to court to that.
Go to there.
Oh man.
You want something a lapa be doing? Not dumb boy, and he want to sleep. He didn't go to court. That's why the internet is punishing him.
You said I go to school. I'm going to go to court.
I say you want to some lapa be doing. You ate some kind of food, and you were sleeping the whole day. You didn't go to court. That's why the internet is punishing you.
That's true. It's so bad. All right. Back to our issue. Council Barra was a chief spokesperson of CDC, a strong staff of CDC, even when he was still president of the local bar. So it doesn't change anything regarding his political identity, and that is inherent as a patriot. You are involved when it comes to your political issue in your country. You can be part of it. But I know your question is to dwell on the issue of neutrality, and that's where your question is coming. Your question that is the purpose of your question. And professionally, for ourselves, I will speak from a professional standpoint. As a lawyer, you work along with your ethics, and I believe anything that comes when it comes to the interests of the local bar, and the bar is not a political institution, a action, a decision may not conflict a role as the president of the bar as compared to the role that he played with the centrism movement. The centrism movement is not also a political institution. It's just an institution that try to promote government agenda, and that tend to be objective, quote unquote objective, but it tend to promote government agenda. And I see that it doesn't conflict with his role as the bar president. And as centrism it is, when anything that goes wrong in the county or on national level, he will speak to that to the effect. So I don't really see it, because even Kano was CDC here when you were bar president, and what he did for the bar, he did it. What he said, he said it. You are not really defending him. You'll be the reverend person. Maybe will influence you to come and speak to that. Maybe on the appropriate time when you so desire, you can communicate with him. Then he come and really justify that. But for us, he is the president of the local bar, and we are not seeing anything like conflict of interest. he are not undermine the integrity of the bar. What he does is to work on his political identity, meaning he's a citizen of Liberia. He had a right to affiliate with any political party or any institution as he wants to. No law for being for doing so, and we cannot question ourselves. We only question when he compromises our interests as against the interests of another institution. Then we will question him what he has not done. And one good thing is he have other lawyers that even like Castle Zion always put him on his feet, and other lawyers like some of us all put him on his feet when he going contrary. Zion is the immediate past president, always on his feet regarding that, even when it comes to the running of the association. So from what we see, you are not being conflicted, and where there's no need that we will judge him as per that standard that he was sentencing.
Okay.
I beg to differ.
Yes, Chief.
The centrist, I believe it comes from the word center.
Mm-hmm.
And as I was saying, here we have the Republican Party, we have the Democratic Party. They have two sets of political ideologies. And when you consider yourself centrist, you are at the middle of both of them. But you cannot be non-political and stand between them. So, can you know, telling you, oh, this is not politics, no, I'm neutral, no, this, no, that is not neutral. He's playing politics. He jumped from Wia Party to Bwaka Party. And he used words to fool all of you guys. Even though you people are lawyers. But he fooled y'all. He fooled y'all. Maybe he learned it from Wia. Sports. And here in basketball, when you go, your talent depends on how many steals. And dribbling is what? Deceiving somebody. I gave him Huawei. That's deception there. And can you learn all those things from Wia? So if fooling you though, I rest my case.
Can you know that he has an intellectual and a professional association, and he cannot fool people like us. And he has much asked when you try to identify yourself with certain political institution, we hold you by that standard of being a nationalistic. We believe that you had that national identity as well. And that national identity will you responsible on responsible, meaning you must be patriotic. Yeah, you should be patriotic and you should stand for what it is. And one good thing about the profession, the law profession, all of the other profession is guided by their code of ethics. It's guided by the code of ethics. Recently, the National Bar president was just appointed by the president on the good governance commissions. And there was some debate among the bar member that he should resign his post and focus on what the president gave him because he may be conflicted. There were two schools of thought. One school of thought was that it is not within the bar law and constitution of the bar association for one to resign because the president is being held by ethical conduct, and meaning, in other words, the code of ethics will be responsible to act professionally. So there's no need that he resign. He should continue until his tenure should expire. Then the other school of thought was no, he will be conflicted because there's any issue that the bar want to speak out against. He may not be free to express his view, and he may be one will be conflicted because he's a presidential appointee. So he should also resign, allow the vice president to continue. So, and another view was, and those who argued for the first view was, and for the second view said that because there's no precedent where a sitting president already resigned, we resigned when after being appointed by the president, and they started several precedent cases. And but for Canio, it's just a movement that he established, and a movement that he established in solidarity with the current government. There's no sufficient basis that we say he should resign or relinquish his position because he has some affiliation with the government. Everyone or all, one way or other, has some kind of political alignment, whether expressed or not expressed. So we cannot judge him by his affiliation. What would judge him by when he gave himself responsibility by the president, where he cannot question the government authority, definitely so we can hold him by that one. So he cannot fool us. He know how heated we are, how we can deal with issues, how we can discuss issues. Or in meeting, we know how he deal with it. He cannot play on our intelligence, and that is a sign. He also an intelligent man that will not also play on our intelligence.
Okay, I'm a little man. Or define that centrist movement. What does it mean? Centrist.
No. I have to comment. It's not fair to the counselor.
The counselor says he has no problem with it. So I beg to differ with him.
Okay. You backing to differ with him. It's on his understanding.
The man before the man became chairman, he was with CDC, and now he formed a central movement between CDC and Joe Boakai government. So I wanted him to define that centrist and to prove to me that centrist movement is not a political institution.
The centrism movement is a movement that try to balance its view as to how the governance system is run in our country. I think from the first time I listened to the centrism perspective, they try to be objective, comment government why government will be doing right, and criticize government why government will be doing wrong. Yes, the need from what we have been seeing for the past time, the need of the organization deviate from the action we have been seeing. Absolutely no debate about it. But at the point,
objective analyst here tonight.
Yeah. That's why I say he should define it. Now he's giving us the real definition. Action and words.
So as a vice president, because what on the right is saying we should hold him by should I say a corner out of whatever it is, because he can be a vice president and run a centrist movement in full solidarity with the government. That is where a little bit I tend to differ on that one, because every institution, I said initially again, but we stated that Kanye was with CDC and he was still president of the bar. And at that time, he had not conflicted with the interest of the bar. We're using we even appoint some of our members into judgeship position.
CDC
we also want to use. Yeah, we also want to use the government. You know, Granjina since the war.
The organization is conflicted too, though.
No.
Yeah, it's conflicted.
Excuse me. No, we are not conflicted.
I believe what I'm saying.
Mr. Nubo, are you seeing the people don't have interest to take care of?
There is
no. I mean that it's about their package. Because the people that for any lawyers,
some of us, what the reason that we, some of us in the bar, some of the bar, the reason
down or the circle. They're not preaching. They're preaching for themselves. They're preaching for their package.
We are not preaching for ourselves. We are preaching.
You're preaching for your package. And your work time, or your engineer, or what her name, Kanyo, to go there and pave the road.
You are only seeing the negative aspect, but you're not seeing the positive aspect. Do you want to listen to the positive aspect?
Where's the positive?
Okay. As bar member, since 2000 and since 1998 up to present, the judicial branch of government is not fully being represented in the county, even up to present. Whereas other county, you have every settle with the judiciary that they're in the county. Grand Jury is lacking of a revenue code judge. Grand Jury is lacking of a debt code judge.
Okay.
Grand Jury is lacking of a provisional model codes for the 3 district judges. Grand Jury is lacking of a qualified traffic code judge. It just recently they just appointed one. So we had negotiated, and the body to be represented. And who fills the places? These are the bar members. Who are those that may have grievances before the court? That's the citizen. And when the court is not functioning, who will be affected? The citizen. So our cause was to have the court be operational, so the citizen will have the better redress, so the citizen have the opportunity to have access to justice.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay,
you people are our legal minds. And you feel that the executive is the head of the judicial branch.
No, not the executive, the Chief Justice.
You are dangling from one party, moving from one party to another party.
You misunderstood us.
No. Who's supposed to do a recommendation for us to have this judge, that judge in Grand Jury County? Which branch it come from?
That's what made our constitution has some limitation.
Okay, but which branch is it comes from for Joe Boakai to
for appointment position should come from the executive. But when you are appointed, you have that independent authority to function, and the executive has no control you as long as you are appointed and seated. But that's what the constitution calls for.
Okay, let's say I graduate from the law school today, and I want appointment in Plibo as a magistrate. Where the appointment will come from? It will not come from the judiciary. It will come from
the president. It will not come from the judiciary. It will come from the president.
Well, the president doesn't know that I graduated from law school.
No, this is the chief.
Will come from the judiciary. I beg to
there's a problem. Okay, please learn from me. Okay. Are you ready to learn from me? Okay. If the executive and the judiciary are in some kind of marriage that is cordial enough, then the executive can ask the Chief Justice to recommend some names.
Okay.
But when who
recommended you?
Me?
Oh, can I come in here? Because I want to understand. There's nothing unethical about that.
No, let me answer this simple question. How he became magistrate or
let me say, the person that recommend me is not the Chief Justice. The person that recommend me is first of all based upon my performance in Grand Jury, no matter how handle cases. And what they wanted me to do is they say illicit money to go and get all the drugs out of our rivers. So on that one, the former speaker, Fernando Kova, he was in the state where he called me and said, we are aware of your work and how you work effectively. We really want you to be one of the county attorneys. I studied that for over 2 months before I accepted that position. And when I was there, that's how it happens. The second time, Joseph Bogatown, I'm not a partisan. I'm not into any political party, but the work that we have seen, I will be appointed. Not the Chief Justice. And the reason is most of the legislators are doing the appointed thing to make as a political plus for them. Meaning they will recommend one young Anthony or one young councillor they know. They say, I'll send your name. Because before the appointment was made, you had to get some acquaintance from your caucus. We will send your name to the president, and the president will appoint you. So sometimes you see some recommendations will come from the Chief Justice's office. Sometimes some recommendations come from the party. Some will come from the legislators. So they will appoint one person today, they will withdraw the appointment. But merely, the Constitution says, Article 54, the appointment power is vested within the president. And the president is responsible to appoint judges, magistrates, to include associate justices and chief justices. None anyone to recommend. Yeah, justice of the peace. There is not existing now. It's not existing now.
Oh, okay.
But only military public. So why it is the president will do the appointment, will do the nomination, after confirmation, subsequent appointment. But if the executive is in good marriage with the judiciary, like in the case, you see mostly will come from the judiciary to the executive. But for Wiata, you see other people just come out from the party headquarters and they announce you. Whether you have long time experience or not, you are being announced. And it's not question because it's not unlawful, it's not unethical.
Now I see where all the mango come from.
Okay.
I see it. So you minority, right?
No, but let me state my position, Mr. Nubo. It's not ethical for a lawmaker to recommend somebody in the judiciary for appointment. We see it in America a lot, and they don't hide it. They say it. Oh, yeah, I like that we recommended this job. In fact, they got organizations here. The conservative movement, the liberal movement, all these different movements here. Libertarian movement, they represent their own judges here. That's how the president go and pick these people. The Elito, the Elito from right here, the University of Virginia, UVA, right here. That is conservative movement chose him, and George Bush, W. Bush appointed him. So it happened. So there's nothing wrong with that, Mr. Numa. I just want to state that.
Yeah, I heard what you say, But this is the man dangling. He is the chair of one of the groups that we're supposed to trust in the nation.
Yes, that I agree with.
We're supposed to respect in the nation. And he's moving from, he goes where, whoever is in power.
That's what it seems to be.
That tarnishes the reputation of the Grand General Bar Association. I know no Councilor Day does not understand that, but I understand it.
That's good. But you are more senior and more experienced. How will I understand?
Your organization now look at GOSU or co-water organization.
Mr. Dave, it's not fair. You were there on your one. It's not fair.
It's not fair with me.
Are you listening? No, you're not following. You're
not giving me a chance to be part of the show. You're too early, the lawyer. Not fair. But you're doing well, Mr. Day. You're handling that too. I agree with you. You handling that well. Yeah, you handling that well.
The local bar, that understands the context. The local bar is a two-level bulldog. Local bar will not function in the absence of the national bar. The purpose of the local bar is just to know that lawyers should return home and know their place of identity and see how best to provide some kind of service to the people. But the chief spokesperson of all lawyers is the president of the National Bar Association. If we will come out with certain position, it may have some limitation because our position will not transcend the position of the bar. So if we want to communicate, the bar also people will be aware of it. But locally, we have voice. locally, we can also stand against the local authority to speak out on some issue. And we can also raise other issues. And as I said, we lawyers, despite our occupation, despite our issue, we are not afraid to speak out on issue as a lawyer. And we are there to guide you, because it will be a failure on our part not to provide that kind of guardian, legal guardian to our people, our group, or whosoever that may need our advice. So a role is not totally being conflicted. Yes, he will show some kind of loyalty with the government, and he's established a movement, and that is in his interest, the motive of his organization, but it doesn't, in one way or other, undermines the local bar functions or local bars role in the county.
Well, I beg to differ. I didn't want to come in because Veteran Smith is complaining, but you just made a statement that your role is not totally being conflicted. So it means that you are conflicted.
I mean, a role.
Partially conflicted. You are the county bar association. We have a national bar association, and then you are admitting that you are partly conflicted because your hair is moving between parties, looking for
my hair is moving between parties is personal decision for himself.
In the interest of the members' party or pockets.
It is a personal decision for himself to move between parties.
Okay.
Whether you hold membership to one party or another, it's a personal decision for himself.
Okay.
But the local bar remain bar member when a purpose are not being honored by the president.
Thank you.
And we are not seeing anything.
What does not totally conflicted mean? Like if we are not totally
I spoke in context. And I mean, because it may appear that St. Joseph is a movement for the insolidarity of the current government. So you may see it as conflict of interest. You from your subjective point of view.
So you agree with me when you say we are not totally conflicted?
Your point of view is subjective. From your point of view, you may see it in that way. But from our side, objectively, we not see anything that he is conflicted with the purpose of the organization.
Let me differ with him, Mr. Numabeke.
Councilor just used the word we are not totally conflicted, meaning that they are totally conflicted. He agreed to that. And that's why I want to admit.
I did not use the word we, I mean he. I mean he is not totally conflicted. I spoke in context from the fact that you said the St. Joseph movement could be a neutral movement, but the conduct of a leader portray that he's one-sided. That is what you view it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. We are saying that as long as his conduct does not affect the existence of the association, meaning the graduate bar association, or does not conflict with the terms of does not conflict with the association policy, he can go ahead. When we want to speak out, we have the executive committee. It's not here we want to say also to the public. The executive committee will come out with a statement. Will be read by him. So it's an issue that is being managed. By virtue of his title, he's also a member of the Executive Council of the National Bar Association. They are the policy maker for the National Bar. Because he's the president of the local bar. So as you being president of the local bar, you automatically become a member of the Executive Council of the National Bar.
Okay.
So it's not only representing local.
I have a question for you, Council.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Can you state here categorically that, in fact, we have agreed, everyone of you have agreed to now on the platform that Councillor Bala public utterances and his unapologetic support for President Boyka and his policy is known. It's known. This is the agreement here on the platform. We agree to that. Having said that, are you prepared? When I mean are you, I mean as an organization, the Granger Bar Association.
Try and get it. Yes.
If the MDA comes before you and your organization, Councillor Day, that you, in the name of ethics and objectivity, you will ask your leader, Councillor Bala, to recuse himself from reviewing that document?
The document, who is a policy document, the document does not originate from some kind of political institution like a political party, like, and Councillor Bala, in revision of that document, will view it as a lawyer. And the document is a document that not just for is an agreement between the government and a private company. Just there are certain clauses in that agreement that may benefit some of the federal committee and the benefits the federal committee, who are the beneficiaries, direct beneficiaries. So it's not a political document in the context that we say his interest will be conflicted. Now he will take on that cap of political identity and wear that cap on nationalism, national identity as a lawyer, and be more complete and be more objective enough for us to sit as a lawyer to review that document. The document being brought forward is not a document.
In other words, you are not prepared, given everything that we know about Councillor Bala, his unapologetic support for every policy that Mr. Boyka and the Unity Party have put out there. You are telling me, as member of the Granger Party,
we relate to the MDA. Councillor Bala is a Grangian. Councillor Bala is the president of the Bar Association. Councillor Bala is also a professional lawyer. And the document in question is not a political document.
But the man has never questioned any policy from the Unity Party, from President Boyka, none whatsoever.
Yeah, but this particular one,
what do you think is going to change on this one?
But is that the policy that comes down the government made against these people? Except we will review it, actually. So for me, I would not say I'm absolutely prepared to ask Councillor Bala to recuse himself and allow me to take over. Absolutely. 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 Because one way or other, we have an interest.
So then why are you asking to recuse himself?
Councillor Bala is reviewing that document not on behalf of the government. Councillor Bala represents the people of Benjamin as a bar member. And he is wearing the cap of a national identity when it comes to patriotism and nationalism. He will review the document objectively and give out the points. What will benefit
that? Ever since the man has a legal cap, political cap, partisan cap. How many caps? You name them.
What I'm saying, Council, he has not done that. Oh, I think he's frozen. Veteran Smith, where are you?
Veteran Smith going to bed.
The man muted himself and he said, we won't bring you on the show. How can you say that?
You're unfair to our councillor.
Okay, prove that.
Eh?
Prove it.
So my question to I will put a question to the lawyer. Mr. Day, who control Grand Jita? Is it the lawmaker, the mayor, or a Barbara that control Grand Jita? All these people, who one of them control the county? Is it Barbara? Or the mayoress, the superintendent, and the lawmaker of all these people that I have mentioned? Who runs Grand Jita? Please help me, Councillor Day. That's a veteran question.
The councillor still coming on, and he told me to pinch hit for him. So, the superintendent is the one who is running the county. But we are talking about legal issue. And that's why I know Barbara name come in. And then he telling us Barbara got plenty.
Who say the county don't have legal representation that they need Barbara? Who say they don't have legal representation?
The man,
I think
how we have bar association, Liberia Bar Association,
yeah. Yeah.
We are talking about Grand Jita County Bar Association.
I know, I agree. Okay.
And we're talking
intervene, the Bar Association, anywhere interview if someone is taking advantage of the citizen. They might come and read a paper.
That is what we are talking about. We are talking about Putu Mountain.
Yeah, but the way you put it in front of Councillor Day, you're afraid of Barbara. That's the impression I'm getting, the way you're putting the question. If Mr. Bala were here, he would represent himself well. That's one thing I like about him. He can represent himself well. He can defend himself. That's one thing I respect. If you give him the opportunity to talk, but sometimes you don't give him the opportunity to talk. You ask a question. If you ask a question, then you want him to answer the question. That's why I don't like.
The councilor is back.
Okay.
And please don't ask the councilor question regarding the Pope statement.
Well, now you want to put word in my mouth? Councilor Day.
Yeah.
Councilor Day. The man want me to ask a question. He wants for me to ask you. But yeah, my question. Of all these individuals, who runs the county? The mayoress, the superintendent, the lawmakers, or Barbara? Of all of them, if you are putting them in descending order, how will you grade each of them and where Barbara position?
You are muted. Yes.
Okay.
Oh shit.
You said.
Oh. Hey. Oh man. He must say. Okay. Go ahead. Do it.
Okay.
All right. There you go.
You mean who runs the county among the three of them?
Of all of them who run the county in a descending order, where will you put Barbara? If Barbara have anything to do with the county, where will he stand of all the people that I named? The mayoress, the superintendent, the lawmakers, the attorney-in-law, solicitor general, all the other people who sort of help the county, where Barbara stands in the descending order.
Barbara is just. I like your question, and your question is one way or other choking because especially when it comes to the status of Barbara. Barbara staying in a neutral position. She should be in a neutral position. The superintendent runs the county administratively, and how they call it, the city mayor runs the city. the city as the city government and governor and council of bar, the legal team, like the local bar, is like a advisory arm in the county, but none on any kind of statutory control. In other words, they are there to provide advice when requested for by the local authority, but they is not mandatory. And also to provide some kind of legal service to the people in the county. The judiciary is separate than the other than the executive in the county. The judiciary is headed by the second judge and other special judges and magistrates. Then extension of the executive is the county attorney there, who is the dean of the bar in the county, and any other practicing lawyers, they are just lawyers, citizens like you and myself, who contribute as per the profession. So the main people that run the county is the superintendent, as per the local government act. Then from the city level, the city mayor, district level commissioners, the legislators have their oversight responsibility over the county and over the country as well. So everybody have different function, but the role of the bar is a neutral body that will speak to issue when it deemed appropriate, intervene into situation when it deems appropriate. When the Burgundy issue were coming, the bar on Alfonso Zion at the time started the fight, tried to negotiate, and when Zion left, the bar was damn that proactive regarding to the land related issue, but Zion picked it up for an NGO and work on that and see that we have some kind of achievement today. So we are on obligation as a lawyer to provide our services when needed. We do not go out to look for cases. We do not go out to look for people to advise. They have to come to us to seek that advice. But what you see, there's some property issue that concern the property. The property is in doubt, which you come down with any kind of opinion. So the property will follow to gather in that manner. But our issue is not just
my second question. You answered the question. My second question will be and I forget my question. Sir. My second question would be I caught you, and I go back. I forgot my question. No, let me put it this way. Man, the question was right on my mind. Okay, are there? I come in now, got in now. Are there any issue that were confronting the people of Grand Jita, and you as a counselor felt anyway that saying he had the bar association, he did not take an opinion or he didn't do his due diligence? Is anything you see that you can point out that he should have been involved, or you don't see it yet?
You are muted.
Okay. I said I don't want to be personal, but let me just speak directly to the bar. Yeah, there are several issues that the bar should have acted or come out, but the bar failed to do. I could point to one, like they ball that got missing at the time prior to 2023 election.
Right.
And there was some kind of agitation from the citizen, and the other issues that are being raised. Yeah, I think we have one meeting at the time that the bar should come out and speak out. But like the president said, we should go on, because speaking out will mean that we are taking side. But for me, at the time,
was it on Bala administration or on other administration? That's why I asked that question.
On here administration.
On here administration. Yeah. And why you think he did not act?
If I can recollect that the bar should not be fast to act, that our action may feel that we are taking the side or taking an opinion on the against the other side, because we were contemplating that the mysterious disappearance of one of our citizens was not very appropriate, and at the time, other citizens were being arrested, chased out, and they call on us. I think there were other calls to be present directly, other individual that they needed by from intervention, and we share with the bar members in the chat wherever it is, and we should have met. There's a need for them to meet to discuss on the issue, how the bar will address the issue. So one of the means that we use was to use moot nets. We try to be moot at any period of time to see how the issue will unfold before we come down with a statement. I think later on, it took some time before the bar came down with some press statement. But we did not assume it. That's myself. I see it as being one of our winning or failure, our method.
I'm looking for an issue where the government took a decision like what is forthcoming, the Putu Mountain. If the government took action against the will of the people, that's the type of something I'm looking for. None of that.
No, none
so
of that.
It was between a citizen. You have the Solicitor General. You have some top-tier legal minds in the county. Did they do something in the defense of that missing ball, or what did they do? I won't put all on Baba by him writing, but what were the other people did who by law they're there to protect?
I think there were several arrests in May, one or two individuals that were arrested and taken to prison. Yeah, I think one of the fellows that took him to where he were at the time, allowing to know, and I think they arrested another person, one or two persons, but they don't want to learn they were released.
I beg to differ.
Yeah, help me to correct me.
Okay. We came here for.
I'm feeling with my question here, my client. I'm feeling with my question. One more question. One more question. You get cross-examine my client. One more question.
Are you scared? Okay, go
ahead. One more.
Go ahead and give me leading questions.
My lawyer provided me leading question. I will give him the opportunity to explain better. Are you guys coming with your cross-examination? Are you guys coming with your cross-examination question to discredit me, to discredit my credibility, to face my incarnation?
That's my question. How valuable is Bob Bada to the citizen of Grand Jita? Have they really, if they got to know his proximity, he on the board, a trustee, he the lawyer for the board, and he coming back as the son of Grand Jita coming home. How valuable will he be? And then he part of the bar association, putting all of that into context. How will you describe Baba coming home and he wants to do something for the young people? Put that all into context.
And Veteran Smith has already confused his client. You are muted.
I'm confusing my client. You understand me? All of that put it in how valuable is Bob Bada to the people of Grand Jita if they knew. That's my question.
Thank you for that direct examination. And besides that, thank you. You will be a good lawyer who will lead a client to a successful prosecution. I appreciate that. And I'll let that leading question. And that's what it is. When someone provided a service to the people, they commend them, they appreciate them. Bob Bada and Kanio have been one of the presidents of the local bar who continually decide to go home with the bar at every court opening. As I said initially, he was the first to take some team of lawyers in the county, move from one place to another, schools, community, and adequate, and provide some interaction between the bar and the community. He had done that several times. Kanu are also being member of the bar statutorily. He is automatically a member on the board of trustee, and his role will valuable contribute to the community, to our university. And not only he, even his father said was also a board member before, and Kanu have done several things. Besides that, it's not his position here because he also a law professor at the law school here, the other graduate school of law. Maybe that's one of the reasons. Maybe something you may not really see in the county most of the time. I'm not very a spokesperson of county per se. There are certain things that will be different with him one way or the other. But someone is doing their best, they commend them. It is different because he paid for the bar paid for a place on Benson and Lynn Street around Old Defense. It was where we had our office initially. At that office, we also have some kind of symposium workshop there, 1 or 2, 3 occasions. That office was met that for all graduates in most of other counties to access what they need to access justice, they should visit that office, provide their complaints or provide their grievances, then we will intervene. One way or other, we have also interviewed some graduates where he placed a call to some of us to help some of the citizens that brought the issue before him. I handled 2, 3 cases to that effect. So he is valuable.
Are you finished with the question?
All right, guys. The time is 9:06.
Okay. My last question.
It's 9:06, guys. We gotta go.
Yeah, but the question you can put it in his comment, closing comment to go. And yeah, that's why I want you to put it in a closing comment.
He's frozen, Mr. Veteran. He's not even.
Okay.
He's back.
You finished now? No, you are stating. Are you finished with my question? Yeah. I want you in your close. You finished?
Yes, sir.
Consider there.
In my closing statement.
Something I want.
We said that we can't asking questions.
One question.
Let
me put it in a closing comment. Miss Councilor Day, the vice president went to B Mountain, and he did something unique. They were asking, trying to understand what taking place at B Mountain and all of that. So, Mr. Councilor Day, looking the role the vice president is playing on these tough issues in governance. If he solved the Potu Mountain issue where the people of Grand Gila are happy, and he deal with the B Mountain where the people there are happy, how will you put him when it comes to, I would say, vice president of the past and vice president of today, where the vice president has played an active role in running policy of his president and the people of his party? What will you put in that category? Because usually vice president has a ceremonious role, but this vice president playing major role.
And from the context of T8, I see the vice president coming role as like not like a presidential. How do you call it? It's a political term. A single-headed presidential vice president, but this vice president role over like a parliamentarian prime minister, as we see it. Like the president making like a prime minister other than being a vice president, because they make him much more proactive. Are you getting me?
Yes,
Hello?
I'm getting you. Yeah, getting you.
Okay.
I'm getting you.
Okay, the president is making much more proactive, putting him on committees, giving some responsibility and duties. Yes, his role is much better than the previous vice president, even our current president when he was vice president during President Heading time, and the former vice president, who may refer to as the original OKs that could not be given a sound responsibility. And the vice president is being used like a president in waiting. That is the rightful term it is. When they say the position is ceremonial, doesn't mean that the president cannot delegate duty. And based upon the experience of the president, he using his wisdom to prepare his vice president that in the event when he shall have served a term, the vice president will be the person to replace him. And I like the role the vice president played. And what the vice president did in B Mountain, that was so great. Myself have been B Mountain on 2 occasions where I went for inspection. First, I went for something like accidental inspection there, and I went in their mine. I saw how the gold have been processed. The last time I went, Chapel entered there and started. I think they were taking. They get 2 routes in which the gold can be exported, either by RIA or by Freetown. And the Chapel came. The number of gold blocks that the fire still breaks that they put in that Chapel and took to Freetown. Whether we have our inspectors there to monitor it isn't there. And most of the time being honest over there. And the role the vice president play, it also will trigger some positive effect on the Putu Iron Ore agreement. So some of the flaws in those previous MDA with B Mountain, Asada Metal and the other companies around, this Putu will have some advantage towards it, because some of these mistakes that were made before may be rectified, be considered as per the Putu. But in meaning we are at the advantageous stage because of what the vice president experienced, and besides that, he also the chair on a committee that we are negotiating the Putu Mine deal. So it's a positive effect. And the vice president, I didn't see it, but I don't consider a vice president, I consider a prime minister and a president in waiting. Thank you.
Good answer.
Oh.
Good answer.
Actually, are you
Yeah, I'm co-hosting Mr. Rice in the Crossfire.
Oh, Mr. Rice.
Mr. Rice in the Crossfire.
You're muted. Actually.
I say I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you, Reggie Smith, because I will receive the orders from the 2 great men.
Our monitoring. You see the choir now. Our monitoring there. Our monitoring there.
Oh, I beg to differ. I want to come in, but actually, told me to hold on.
No, I said I'm here. You see, I'm one of you. I said I'm here. Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, veterans may ask you a question. Who is in charge? Is it a superintendent, the city mayor, the this and that? I care less about that when it comes to the topic we are addressing. We are addressing legal agreement. Superintendent does not have any clue. Mayor does not have any clue. Even we, the citizens from South, some of us from Light Town, we don't have any clue. So the main people we have in the house are you guys the lawyers to guide us. But Veteran Smith attempted, or may you to concur with him that the big man in the county that is superintendent. When we are talking about concession agreement, when we are talking about memorandum of understanding. So will you take that as second the motion or to Mr. Smith or argument? Can you take it back? Will you take it back? And if you are not taking it back, please explain why.
But when it comes to national policy, superintendent cannot negotiate for the country.
Okay.
Even if the mineral resources is within his county, he has complete limitation on that. Any kind of negotiation under the constitution I think 50 something, I think 56 or something like that, where the president had to negotiate contracts and agreements. Now the superintendent and adequately is on a national level. So the only way that the superintendent will be involved on a minimum basis, but it's not at the stage where it is on now.
Right.
Because he cannot deputize the president with respect to negotiating contract or agreement. I think we also this little mistake and our made, and that deal was canceled because he cannot commit the country into agreement with another person or country. So he cannot do that. Maybe Reggie Smith asks who and the role that each of them play in the county and who is in authority. So that's why I say the superintendent. Well, I believe the question was not in relation to negotiating deal on behalf of the government. And that's why initially when it's saying what I said we cannot rush to know what is happening now because the mineral, the law provided, even the land right law and the mineral law, and then you were talking about the Land Right Act, where it gave customary rights to the citizens, to the communities, but the community will have right over the land, but now the natural resources are beneath the land.
Right.
So anything that beneath the land is for the state, and only the state had the authority to negotiate that, not the community.
Okay.
What the state should do is to protect the community interest. Wherever MDA, the federal community that the company will be mining in should have some benefit due to some kind of environmental hazard that the community may suffer from, some kind of issue of relocation, and some kind of other means due to land that may be taken away due to the constitutional error. So these are areas they have some kind of benefit from there. So the community, that's why the community always concerned when the government comes to take off that mineral, we that protected that land for a century time, from old age or the present, what will be our benefit for keeping that land for the government or for keeping that area for the government? That's all. So your benefit will be negotiated in the contract. That was the vetting process. It doesn't require also know much, but when the group will be informed, but what will be informed of much, the MDA. Why would be the MDA for us and what we have to look at?
Okay.
And sending kind of agreement, some of the agreement will based on statutory requirement, other will based on the stream of the investor.
Okay. Thank you very much. I realize your self-appointed counselor, Veteran Smith, was leading you in a wrong direction. We're talking about agreement, talking about MDA.
Reverend Day, he didn't put the lawmaker there. I said lawmaker in the category. He left lawmaker off. Lawmaker play a part. You got the question wrong.
I got the flow. Your self-appointed counselor, Veteran Smith, was trying to mislead you. We're talking about legal agreement. And then he asking you who will get the authority in the county? Who here do not know that the head of the county is the superintendent? And
You missed the question.
No. I still got it flow. And you follow him. Say, oh, that is superintendent this, but it had nothing to do with what we are discussing tonight. So now we know that the Bar Association, the legal minds of Grand Gator County, have more to do here if there's mineral development agreement or if there's memorandum of understanding. The superintendent does not have any clue. We are looking at the legal minds.
You would have a lawyer there too.
No. Veterans may still have the floor. And
Confuse me, my client.
And Councilor Day.
Mm-hmm.
The next time somebody volunteer to be your counselor, you gotta cross-examine them. I rest my case. Thank you.
Okay, let me just say that
Like, confuse the counselor in your question.
My counsel did not mislead me. First of all, when you ask a leading question, you said the question I said the basis for your follow-up question. First of all, you want to know who are in authority in local governance. And he named the county superintendent, city mayor, and other officials. He also named the legislator which are they now also measure. But all of them, when it comes to administrative control, the superintendent it is, legislative involvement, the legislative caucus are there. But when it comes to negotiation of contract, the person to negotiate contract, not even the legislature, is the executive. So the question was not about who will review the contract or who will discuss the contract or negotiate the contract. I think that's what he asked. So I don't see anything like misleading because he really asks their authority, their hierarchical structure. Yeah, that's why I honestly the to be. So the hierarchical structure is the head of the county is the superintendent. The head of the city mayor.
Okay, but I beg to differ. This is somebody who is a veteran here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that he does not know who is the head of the county?
But do you know that
His name is the veteran, quote unquote, the veteran, right here. That's the only person. That's the only person, even on the whole World Wide Web. That's the only person I see, who call themselves the veteran.
No, he deliberately tried to ask me that question to soften the ground for you people.
It's
also to put Mr. Barbada in perspective of all the people. I put Barbada there. That's why he put it there. Where would Barbada fit? That was the main part of the question. He put it there. That was.
Barbara as a bar president will come in when the intervention is required, not at the county level, but at the national level, at the state where it comes to the negotiation of the agreement. Meaning, either the caucus or others they communicate, because in those arrangements, national level, the national bar, the lawyer, national bar will have representation with the type of agreement. So for us, the local bar, it depends on the national bar to decide who to set forward to represent the bar there in negotiating the MTA. So for the county level is the local bar, but the local bar, the county cannot discuss the kind of agreement on the county level. But for advocacy's sake, for representation's sake, for the interest of our people,
but in our situation, we are not talking about mineral development agreement. We are talking about something like memorandum of understanding. So the Grand Gator Bar Association will sit on the side, and plebeian like George Numo then will go and say, they're putting down memorandum of understanding.
No. Understanding between two communities or two individuals that does not affect national level. You get the back can be part of it, or any qualified lawyer can be part of it in the county. That's it. Like the Honorable Zion, I think Honorable Zion had went into several agreement between some Burkinabes and the communities who tried to give all their community land to the Burkinabes to farm. And I think they are going to several lease agreement, they're going to other agreement.
Okay,
And
this new company here, there will be no new mineral development agreement.
Okay.
There will be no mineral development agreement. So what effort are you guys making when it comes to memorandum of understanding?
We have to add on information.
All the failures of the old company, all the new thing we want, all the breaches they didn't build, the clinic they didn't build, the hospital they didn't build, that has to be in the memorandum of understanding. That is my concern, because they're saying that there will be no new agreement because the new company is going to complete the agreement or expire years of the old agreement. So you need to put on your hat. I mean, he got 3 or 4 hats. You put on your legal hat and get the
Here's my point. So my point here is that Barack Bala has lost all neutrality in this case. Barack Bala has been so unashamed of aligning himself with President Boyka and the Unity Party's policy all along. He has not mentioned words about it. He said the old man is doing good. He has taken photos with the old man, continued to praise the old man, went to the county with the vice president, did the thing there. And I ask you this question, one question. This guy supports everything that comes from the administration. Not once had he said, you know what, on this other policy I disagree. And here's why. He has not done that. And people who disagree with the policy, he come at you. This man has served, or it is serving, not has, but it is serving as a de facto, information minister. He feels happy writing and going out there and talking, about the goodness of the policy of this government. This is what I ask you, Counselor. If this MDA made its way to you guys, can you, in your private quarters, make the case to the dear brother and say, look, man, you have gone public and privately to support everything that comes from the government. I don't think it is professionally okay for you to be in a part of this review of the MDA, because the government will side with the investors. That's just what it is. This is how it works. The government is going to side with the investor, and the government will try to make the community and the county to agree to these terms only because they want the investor to come and start work. This is what I'm saying. And I know you're saying I'm not questioning Kanio's, crownness. I'm not questioning the fact that he's from the region. I know he loves his people. He loves his region. He loves his country. But it said when your Christmas will be good, my dear brother, you know from the eve. And Kanio has shown us that he is prepared to go the extra mile to defend President Boyka and his policies. And you cannot tell me that these MDAs does not favor the position of the investor that is backed by the administration. It's always the case. Always. That's my point I'm making, Council.
Okay. Let me say this first. Let's put it the other way around. assuming that they consider what you are saying is factual and it is true. It is prudent also that Kando could also use his proximity with the government to make the MDA or whatever memorandum of understanding that may come in the interest of a citizen, because he will be in that position capacity to convince his benefactor or the government to advocate for his people to have some kind of benefit. The idea is prudent. And also, and that let me just say this: government as an institution has a social contract theory. The social contract theory, you myself knows that government is there to protect its citizen, and the citizen also there to commit themselves to the government control. Under the government control. So you cannot say the government would rather not do the agreement in the interest of its people, because we cannot preempt why it is. And we cannot say why you think they will have a better agreement in Nimba and they could not have a better agreement in Grenjida. So
we have seen Metal Steel, and we have seen B Mountain. We have seen China Union. We have seen all the concessions. None of them have worked for the people. None, Council, none.
But
I'm sorry, excuse me, my sweating boy. I put my thing on.
Let the council tell us where we have the government of Liberia have better agreement. Better concession agreement.
I support that question. Where?
But it is possible that the government could also, it is impossible that the government could also have a better agreement now, but when they found that the VP had just left on B Martin and saw the misrepresentation that have been made, and do you think the government can improve on the Putu Martin now too as well?
No, you said no government have better agreement. I said no way.
No, but the asset matter, you see, asset matter,
probably on Liberia, where they have better agreement.
The intervention, I may not have the asset matter agreement with me. I will not say 100% better, but it's fairly good, and the people have some kind of benefit. Actually, you will see you see the development going on. You see,
and the Nimba senator did not vote for it, right?
The Nimba senator did not vote. The one said they not vote for the recent one due to the kind of duration attached to it. The duration, the term of the agreement is one of the better things that they look at. That's what also do I disagree with. But with that, when I say the agreement, it say absolutely is
so you consider a good agreement.
Pardon me?
I say you consider a good agreement.
Well, I would not say absolutely good, but I say it would not is an agreement that may somehow in the interest of the people. But we cannot condemn it in terms as to B Mountain, as to the other group in Bomi.
Can you tell me what in this current agreement, Metal Steel agreement, or ArcelorMittal agreement, that is better than in the agreement on Erling? And the terms of the agreement on Erling didn't even meet those terms. So what make it better?
On Erling government, what the government received as and the federal community received as a social development fund from the company was in 1 million or less. But the current government, I think, is the government negotiated. It came out to 3 million. We saw far more sufficient as compared to B Mountain.
3 million.
3 million
years. 1 year.
Yeah, 3 million a year.
Okay.
If I stand to be corrected,
Well, I feel that under Erling it was I think Nimba was receiving more than $1 million.
Yeah.
And then
but
it was born and I think
500,000.
River says.
I think it was around 500,000.
Okay.
Yeah, at the time.
And the money
And now, as compared to the B margin, as the total the community we see is 500,000. And you see this the big difference. Yeah, up to current is 500,000. So you know that Asala Metal is a little bit at the upper hand as compared to B margin.
Well, you gotta look at the quantity of iron ore they export.
Yeah.
You gotta look at the iron ore. You gotta look at the size of the company too.
Yeah, B margin is the second.
The value of the iron ore.
The second, that's it. But B margin is in gold.
Yes, I know that. But both agreements are not good for our people. So I don't think we should go and mimic those agreements for Putu Mountain. That's why I say I will put all your lawyers in one room until you come out with that memorandum of understanding before you leave the room.
They do a fool for other people.
I will give you a Farina for energy.
Farina, how she go?
I'll put sugar there. just because you ask for it, I'll put sugar there.
All right.
And I will have my ERU guy at the door. If you don't come out with a good memorandum of understanding, I will whip you out though.
Actually, for the fact that there's a need, we need to be more vigorous and be proactive. Actually, there's some lessons with the back. I'll be a bit to the effect. And there's a wake-up call for us to really wake up and really see wherever the process is to see bees to access those information and be swift to the extent, not to wait to the extent that when they think the agreement being consummated, they will start crying foul around here. Yes, indeed.
That's all my point right there, Council.
Yeah.
Because if we drag our feet on the thing and that thing gets consummated, we're done.
We're done.
We're done.
So there's a need to maybe we go talk to Council Barra. So I think for now to Friday one of these days we'll call him and get the power position that we can hear from him. At the same time, to also recommend do not overload that particular group you call them children, the veteran committee. Please find a day to that you invite the president, vice president, the secretary. Then because they're not group that on ground to the president, the caucus and the because they met the vice president a few days ago as well. So do not overlook them. These are qualified people. So then went to international schools, they come back when they are working. We don't overlook them. And the veteran comprises of so many professionals. So they found time to invite them. And then they get a stick on the same MDA thing.
Absolutely, my man. You know the people there. Send me that information and tell them to actually call you. I'll call them up. I don't mind.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do that tomorrow.
And may I ask my client a question?
Yeah,
man,
that
council
was.
We ain't clown. Let me leave that.
We have a legal counsel.
Okay.
The Bar Association of Liberia have been quiet. We tried to get the Secretary General to come on this show, and it haven't been successful. We have a female, which is very historical to have a female. How much time should we give her? Because when you come in a new position, you want to go through how much time we should give her before we start hearing about her. And if you know about her, what do you think the way she got the position?
Yeah, Councilor Joel Lawson. Councilor Joel Lawson is one of the good lawyers that we have. Lawyer who specializes in labor law, good, and former labor minister doing Headington. But she was vice president who completing the term of Councilor Vama Boma, and she's a good, but she has a strong vice president now who just been elected, Councilor Sila, and the secretary is Elijah Fokker. So she's good, but we will help to provide the information of the secretary so that you guys can access him and you can schedule him so that we can have some kind of discussion with him.
We already got it. We already got the information. We tried very hard.
Okay, he's a personal friend of mine. He's a personal friend of mine. We'll call you tomorrow. Then I'll call Robin. We'll do a conference call.
Okay.
So we'll take it to him. Or I'll go to the building. Or I'll go to the Temple of Justice. Or I'll see him there. I can do a call that will all communicate. Then we'll schedule him.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is it.
So because what he told me, if there is a policy that already undertaken by the bar, he, the Secretary General, can go around and explain the policy of the bar. Is that how it's done?
Yeah. First of all, the president of the bar is the chief spokesperson of the bar. But like there are other things by authorization for the president. The secretary can go out and speak on behalf of the bar on other policy matters. But it has no limitation, but you should have some kind of authorization from the president, because you cannot make a public statement on behalf of the bar when the constitution says the chief spokesperson of the bar is the president. And also, because he has a secretary, he also work with the secretary of the bar, which is headed by the director. So everything is so-called is some kind of way. The bar, obviously, the bar is sacred. Let me just say it that way. It's so sacred to the extent that before you take one step, you have to get some kind of authorization, or if possible, at a certain level, the council can also approve, executive council also approve of your action. But without the act, when you say you take any step to communicate or do anything outside of that, you may be reprimanded.
Apollo.
Yeah, but we will communicate with him.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because Joyce is a soft-spoken person. Maybe she needs some of these young boys around her to propagate the balance. Especially the back end, one of the huge project here is headquarters on the highway. One of the bigger buildings. We have been on this in 5 years now. And we still constructed it. So there is imagine we say at the museum of the president saying 1868.
So, Mr. Day, can the bar president partake in politics in, let's say, for Grand Jita County or Nima County, or the local bar have to do that? Do they have limited to where they can put their legal writing, or they can talk about issue in Grand Jita if they want, although they sort of cover the whole country, or they depend on the people who are the local bar to handle that problem? How it works?
The local bar is just a recent emergence issue that is coming up. But the bar has been speaking generally on behalf of anyone, any policy or any issue action of the government for and against, regardless of which country it is. But if there are other issues that the local bar want to bring it out to, the local bar can speak to the effect, but with some authorization from the bar. So it's done in other way. So let's zone on the Pudu money issue. If the National Bar want to come out and see there's the agreement appears to be one way or other to undermine the best practice. So the bar will come out and speak on the if there's any further. So the National Bar has no limitation. Has no limitation. The local bar could also speak on public issue that affect the public, but has some limitation on the county they hear from. Thank you.
All right, guys. The time is 9:43 here in the U.S. Now it's about 1:43 to you there.
That's it.
So it's very sudden that the bar would disagree with each other, being divided.
Mr. Freshman, we gotta go. I'm tired. I gotta go.
Yeah, the bar disagree with one another.
You guys hear me? Oh yeah, you know what you mean. Okay.
On the issue, let me just close on there.
Hi, Leo.
No, I'm going to close on the attire as well. We got close.
You the concept. You like right to look after you, but you didn't pay attention to what he said. So let me leave it.
Okay. So the bar, let me just close on there. The bars had different view as to political participation of a leader or not. I think you asked a simple question like that. So we are saying there's no precedent that forbid anyone to avoid the politics, but your interest will not affect the bar interest. That's all. And we hope so when the bar comes, they put in the better position, will explain it, and we'll have a better position to question it or to quiz it. Thank you, Matt. Sir, it's almost 2 o'clock now. I'm so exhausted.
That's what I was trying to say, because I mean he been here since 5 Sunday, my man. He's going to tutor you there. That's too much time to be up. You know what I mean? You gotta go to work too tomorrow. You're a busy man. So guys, that called it a night. I don't think there's any reason to do any closing statement. I think we have spoken enough. Mr. Nua, you muted if you're talking, we can hear you. But I think from my end, I want to say good night to every one of you. Thank you, Councilor Dave, been so committed and staying up this late. I don't think I can do that, but you are a consummate professional. I really trust that. You come up here and you stay all night. You don't even feel sleepy or tired, you know. And for that reason, we want to say thank you so much for filling in when your colleague left. It was a good show, and we look forward to being back here tomorrow again. Oh, and tomorrow, guys, we're going to be here, I think, 6, because Siku has an appointment. Sorry, he has an interview tomorrow. You're going to run for, I think, up to 9 o'clock Liberia's time. Let me just I'll update tomorrow. That's what I was saying, because sometimes he run it shorter. Tonight he run it all the way. But I'll let you know. But I think we're gonna come out at 6 o'clock tomorrow. I'll be 10 o'clock Liberia time.
Thank you.
Alrighty. All right, guys. So
Okay. Is that no more the pump out already?
I meant to tell you, say, gave me. I think you're talking. All right, guys. We can't hear you, Mr. Numa. I don't know what you're talking. We can't hear you.
Eat the pump butter. I ain't want nobody to share with.
Well, I thought the message called you ready to eat.
No, that man, he just telling me, but he said he put kittle in the palm butter. I even put kittle in
are you ready for the Southeast? You put the Southeast kitchen in palm butter. What are you talking about?
The man said he put it
in the palm butter.
He said he put it in the sour leaf too.
Yes, in the cassava leaf. Yeah, we put it in the cassava leaf.
The boy inventing all kind of food, man.
No, but you put in palm butter, you put in cassava leaf, you put in palava sauce. There you go.
And put in bitter leaf too?
Oh yes, you mix it with bitter leaf. You can mix it off of anything in Liberia.
What?
Like, have you eaten kettle with dry rice too?
Oh yeah. That one part, yeah. That's why you gotta do it.
Yeah.
That one. Then they call it point.
My wife can mix it with fried rice too.
Yeah, they call it point.
Point. Yeah.
For everything that the ingredients, sardine or luncheon meat,
mixed it.
Everything in there.
She can pull. Sometimes she can pull. How do you call it? Like bro, we call it kind of smoked fish, huh? Yeah, smoked fish.
Yeah, smoked fish. What that thing, man? Pork.
No, we don't eat pork in our house, so we don't put pork.
Oh, okay. That one thing, but back home that was the big thing.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm thinking about.
Okay, so tomorrow, what we looking at? What do you think we should?
Can we hear you now?
What is that?
Aha, we can hear you now. We can hear you well.
Who there?
Mr. Nubo.
Oh, John, he looking different. Oh.
You still don't hear me?
You looking different, John Nemo? You looking like John Nemo now, but when you can't in front, you look different.
When you get too close to the camera, right? You know that John Nemo.
Yeah, when you you change your character when you can't in front.
I mean, I don't know what tomorrow looks like. I will try talking to how to call.
But you know who would be good, but he won't come by working on people for him to come. I think the John Nemo party, the stand-up bearer. The stand-up bearer.
Oh yeah. Tell him.
Yeah, I know. I'm going through people to get to him, but Nemo can do it. That's fine.
You don't get his number?
No, I got his number. I called, but I mean he not responding. But so I called somebody. I going through someone to get to it. The same way the pro tem. I going through someone to get to her.
Yeah, man, hold on now. You got the man fee. They got it, man. The man. Women wing chairman. You can't get him.
That's why I say I'm working through other means. I go in. But
I want to show the show. You gotta call him and say I went on the show. The show was great, and he will show up.
Yeah, and Mr. Nemo here too. Why he can't help?
I mean, the man try calling the chairman can't. You call the chairman can't. I should tell you something.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Right. Let me leave it that way. you give me my prime. Let me leave it that way. But Mr. Nemo will take it and run away with it. Let me let it lead that way. Let me get it on my own. But then guess what? When the man come on the show, I've been trying ever since to get you. Why you can't put it down on the show? I've been trying very hard to get you. I've been trying very hard to get you on the show.
All right, gentlemen, good night.
Okay.
Mr. Nuba, good night.
I've been trying very hard to get you on the show.
All right, guys. Let me kick all of y'all.
Mr. Nuba, good night.
Good night.